Hello. Yeah, that's all. So, we are playing some Darkest Dungeon 2. I just completed, like, last night, I completed a chapter, I think 2 chapter 1 playthroughs, just to see if we could lock in some memories that might help us a little bit in beating chapter 5. Chapter 5 is the last chapter of the game. I have only ever beaten it once, and it's been a while. I can remember 2 things about the fight. One, I believe the first stage has a lot of blight. It's similar to the chapter 4 boss fight, where there's an attack it does where it makes you take all your bleed damage all at once. I believe the last boss has something similar with blight, but I think it's even worse. So if we can find some blight resistant stuff, that would probably be good. Items or trinkets. And I believe it also has high blight resistance. So unfortunately, for the first part at least, Plague Doctor is not going to do a lot of damage. But I believe the other forms after that, she'll be fine. Which means we might equip a different attack. Because I have like one thing on her I never use. It's very situational. And I might pop in something else to actually make her like invigorating vapors, let's say. It's a buff. That way I can buff people like Hellion when I can't do blight damage directly. Now I actually already did this, but
is the hearth that warms the mind.
As you can see, the only person in our main team who is missing a single memory is our Jester. Unfortunately, the ones that are left are not very good. I really do not like the combat start ones. Like, personally, if I was to, like, rebalance some stuff in this game, I understand that through a normal, like, non-chapter 1 playthrough, you're probably going to be into, like, 20-some fights. But it's only a 20% chance at combat start. Cool. Which means, statistically, for, like, 3, maybe 4 if you're lucky, fights, you're going to get 1 dodge token to start a fight. This should either be way higher, like, honestly, guaranteed. It should be like combat start, guaranteed dodge token. Or it should be round start, 20%. They're just not very good. Same thing. Now, I did just say blight resist is going to come in handy in the final boss fight, but 15% is not much. I don't think it's going to help that much. And plus 5% death resist, while it might be kind of good, it's only 5%. Like for instance, we have crit plus 3%, positive banter by 10%, and debuff resist. I would like to find stun resist, and maybe for his last one, I'm actually not sure. Maybe just HP or damage. Again, the memories aren't meant to be like these super duper buffs. They're supposed to be small. Most of the time you get something like plus 10% damage, it means like an extra damage because of how it rounds. Very few characters are going to get more than 1 damage out of that. I don't know how buffs stack. So it's possible if you're stacking like Bloodthirsty Quirk for 30% extra damage and a trinket that does 20% extra damage, this'll do more, I guess. But yeah, none of those 4 are worth putting on them. So I did give my Vestal a memory because I got actually a very good quirk on her. I got Jinx. Oh, also, I ended up getting something really good on my Occultist. I got Bloodthirsty. Bloodthirsty is 30% extra damage overall. Melee, long range, whatever. And if the target is less than 25% HP, a 5% chance of critting. The only downside is when you hit something, it makes it sound like when you get hit, but I believe it's when you hit something. There's a 15% chance you gain a vulnerability token. Not great for someone who only has 25 HP. Because I run Warlock for damage. I use the Occultist as a damage dealer, like backup healer. And yeah, taking an extra, what is it, 50% damage when you have 25 HP is not great. Oh, hello, Vernon. Welcome to my run of Chapter 5, which I'm sure will go smoothly. So I also have a lot of candles saved up, because we're going to need them. Ooh, that's good. That's actually good.
Help us diagnose the world's affliction and
I love the
overcome it.
griddle, because it gives you flapjacks pretty regularly, and I believe it gives you a stack of 4 every time it procs. And that's awesome, because we'll pretty much have food for every single chapter. I've noticed that other food-producing items might not give you a stack of 4, might give you like 2. I don't know, from personal experience, I've noticed the flapjacks are pretty good. Not the best, but they're good. And it always seems to produce at least 4 every chapter for me. That is a great thing to start with. Let's do 1 or 2 more of these. That's not horrible. I mean, that could be the difference between life and death. It's free. I'll take it. Let's do 1 more.
Every twinkling
Not
recollection
bad.
is another implement at our
It's
disposal.
better than an empty slot. I'll give it that. I'll run it until I find something better, which may never happen. You're running Chapter 5 too? I should mention, I remember 2 things about the end boss fight. One being the first form has a lot of blight resistance and does a lot of blight and does that blight bomb thing. But I remember its final form basically spawns like eviler versions of your teammates, and you have to fight them. And only that teammate can hurt them. Depending on your team comp, I don't remember that part being that bad. Like, I feel like you could be severely punished for that, depending on who's in your party. I'm pretty much only worried about the Hellion. Because the Hellion does a lot of damage. That's what I use her for. I'm a little worried she's going to Iron Swan the back row to death if I don't kill her fast enough. Because Paracelsus has like 20 health. So. Let's do a couple trinkets, make it lucky.
A welcome advancement in the science of survival.
Bad. Simply because I do not use Playout or Battle Ballad. The way that I use the Jester, I keep it simple. I just use a couple attacks and stress reduction. That is a completely useless trinket.
A drop of sanity in a sea of madness.
Okay, when you're hit, you get regen of 2 for 3 turns. If you're diseased, you have minus 10 damage. This is fine to slap on Flagellant. He gets hit a lot. So, now let's do some nice combat items and in items, see what we get. That's fine. That can always be useful. That's not bad. Speed is good. Usually. That's fine. I usually give this to Hellion. Plus 3 speed is good. Dodge token is good. Since, I mean, she can take a hit, but she's not like... I don't know. I might end up giving this to the Jester, to be honest. That's fine. Paracelsus. She can have a 5% chance of cloaking around start. That might save her life at some point. That's good. Anything that raises... The one thing that's going to make or break this run for me... 2 things. 1, finding decent blight resist would be nice. Which is why we're going to be fighting the... I believe it's the Tango boss, the general. I believe he gives you a trinket. It might be the fire person. I don't remember. It's one or the other. That gives you a trinket that has plus 100% bleed, blight, and burn resist. That would be nice for that. But anything that raises relationship is going to be another thing that's very, very, very important. A bad relationship going into Chapter 5's boss would be probably a death sentence. It's always useful when I'm playing, when you're just going through an area. I'll probably never use that. That's a whatever item. Now, I have 39 points left. I kind of want to do another trinket. Let's do a trinket. Good for the fire area. That's about it. All right. Not awful. I think we got some great stagecoach items.
More to its dark passenger.
All right, so we're running Chapter 5, and we're doing it with the same team. I know the fun of this game is using different team comps, but I'm kind of going for the Grand Slam thing. I've already gotten it, but
You must
cowardice.
face your failures, or be consumed by them. The wind blew sour. The oceans roiled. The earth shuddered at the coming change.
I want to hear all this stuff back to back.
The crossroads.
I'm sure there's a YouTube video for it.
Place between places.
All right. Well, we're doing the main team. Hellion,
Beneath bloodlust
Gelent.
and fury,
Jester,
there is
Plague Doctor.
emptiness and shame.
Now, all our moves are pretty much the same. Now, as for Paracelsus, during the first part of the boss fight, honestly, Magnesium Rain is useless, I think. I mainly have it for clearing bodies during boss fights. It's essentially useless. I'm like, very rarely would I ever click this. Yes, it's fire based, and if the enemy is immune to plague, I could use this, but it's only 3 damage per turn. I'm probably going to take this off and put on Emboldening Vapors. That will allow her to buff somebody while I'm attacking, because Plague won't do anything. I could also try Blinding Gas to blind it. Ounce of Prevention is also not terrible, especially considering we need all the Blight resist we can get. Honestly, I might run that instead. It does have a cooldown of 3 turns, but it lasts 3 turns. Yeah, I think for the end boss fight, I'm going to take off this and put on this. I think that'll actually could make a difference. Jester will have the same stuff. Damien, again, his job is to mainly tank. Plague is just kind of a secondary effect. So that's fine. Hellion, I 9 times out of 10 just use Wicked Hack or Iron Swan. I know it's not the most consistent thing, like the most efficient thing to do. I don't care. I make my characters very simple with this build. Hit thing, plague thing, hit thing plus stress reduction, get hit, and heal. It's simple. Also, we have the Jinx, which is great on a tank that can have taunt tokens. I have Defiant. I wish I had Bloodthirsty. I prefer Bloodthirsty on Hellion, but Defiant's still good. I really don't like the Jinx on Paracelsus. She has such little HP, I don't want her to get hit. I wish I could put something else on her, but I haven't gotten anything worth replacing it yet. So this is fine. This isn't great, but the whole thing about the Jester, I built him for, like, better relationships. He's stress reduction. He has a higher chance of critting, which can lower his own stress and others. He also has a 10% positive banter chance memory, and he also has this. There are better options. Like, I would love one that increases crit chance, but yeah, we'll take it. As far as our starting trinkets go, what do we want to run? I can't do it here. Okay. I do have a very useless Jester trinket, but
When you are ready, this rough
all right.
roadway.
Now, again, the only reason I'm going to equip it is there's if I understand, a 20% chance to gain a dodge token. Oh, I see what it's saying. Because Playout and Battle Ballad are meant to be used on your teammates, when you use something on a teammate, there's a 20% chance they gain a dodge token. Well, that means if I do my stress reduction move, there's a 20% chance. Not great, but I mean, it does something. At least I get some effect out of it. This is good on you, and the fire thing won't matter until we go somewhere with fire. Your fire resistance is god-awful, so there you go. Paracelsus gets this because it'll be 6 instead of 5 because of her memory. This is I don't have any moves that make people move, so move resist piercing is stupid. I have no burn either besides this. So this is really just the 20% stun chance, which is sad. You take that. It's something. It does something. If anything, I can use it on the sleeping general boss. Any item that does anything to an enemy will count as hitting that back root thing, which can help.
More harshly on the far side of the brook.
It allows another person to do something different besides attack.
You see,
like heal.
Even your valley is not immune to the spreading.
Good start. Only 2 enemies. I take this as a good sign. Only 2 enemies in the first fight. We'll assume that means good RNG. You are dead.
A promising development.
All right. Well, very, very smooth first fight.
Sweet reprieve. Until the next test is put before you.
Ooh, by the way, I'm looking forward to next week. I'm actually going to be playing mostly two new games. For Monday and Thursday, I'm going to be playing Romancing Saga 2, the remake. I always wanted to play the original, but it kind of suffered a little bit from like old JRPG syndrome. I love old JRPGs, but
once again,
if you've played them, you know what I'm talking about. Like quality, like missing quality of life improvements that kind of newer ones have. Well, the remake I've heard is very good, and it has a few mechanics that I've never had in other JRPGs I've played. I think it'll be fun. And then Tuesday and Friday, I'm going to be playing Citizen Sleeper. I have played Citizen Sleeper a little bit, but it's been a while, and I only played for like an hour. It's like a story-based, like, futuristic game. It's a nice laid-back game. Great soundtrack. All right, we only have 2 points, unfortunately. Tank.
Improve.
And Plague Grenade. The Plague is just, like, it's just such good damage on the back line. My next priority is going to be probably Wicked Hack, just for better melee damage up front. And then also probably Encore, so I can spam it more often. Yeah, then we'll go from there. All right, first things first.
Planning and mindfulness.
Doesn't have it. Okay. I always check the store for the discount thing first. That is important. So because you can immediately equip it. We don't have it. We get Flapjacks.
Bolted on and be
better
off.
travel healing. And less flame drain.
Not be denied.
Not great, but better than empty slots. +1 quantity of produced items. Not a big deal. No. I would not mind buying this and going to the Fodor. I really don't like the Fodor. But having this book makes it a better option if it's between like Fodor and the coast area. I really don't like the coast area. But I think I'll save my baubles. Oh, hello. It's expensive. Remember what I said about blight resist for the boss? That was expensive, but honestly, probably worth it.
Something to ease the rigors of the road.
We're good for now. Let's do a little bit of this. Can anyone not use this? Oh, wow. 3 people can't use it. Maybe I should seek out a hospital to get... What is the ability that doesn't... Mellophobic or... Austere. There's that. There's that. There's that. It's very annoying, actually. Fine. How about you two play darts? Good. Oh yeah, Resolute also sucks. Like anything that makes it not so you can use books or use alcohol is bad. that is a very easy way to get your, like, one of the best items in the game, in my opinion, is that wine you can find. But it's alcohol, so he wouldn't be able to use it. We're going to get plenty of food because of the flapjack, so I'm going to give this to Paracelsus. Hopefully will make you live. We really don't need bleed resist. I'll use it just so I don't end up throwing it away. Remember, anything that has blight resist is great. Fortunately, I didn't see anything besides the one trinket.
The first of many forks.
We're not going there.
Choose your path and ride out unbowed.
All right, so we got the sprawl. The reward for... No, we're not doing that, so never mind. Reward is nothing. That's okay.
Our great cities burned. All that beauty and...
I really do not like the sprawl.
Wind.
Is it no, not the sprawl. The coast one. I already forgot the name of it. There's a lot of bleed there, and there's also a lot of shuffling, which is bad for my team. All right.
Behold, the great cities of man, ruined and aflame.
And so begins chapter 5. I almost want to do all the layers so we have our fair pick of trophies. If we can find a trophy that affects blight resist, that'd be very nice. I know most of the time the fire boss is going to give me fire-based trophies, which are kind of useless to me. But I don't remember if the 100 resistance to blight, bleed, and fire is from this boss or the Tango boss. And I kind of want to go for it. We'll go this way to prevent a little... Is there a hospital here? I don't see one. I would love to be able to get rid of a few things. But that means less money I can spend on relationship items. But the problem is most relationship items are blocked on some of my characters, so... Alright, fight, fight, fight. Once again, you see this thing, you kill it. It's honestly not that big of a threat. It has low HP. I actually had a fight once, it was on stream too, where I didn't notice this enemy was in the fight. And I let him get all the way to the front row, and I still killed him in time. Essentially, you can guess what it does. It's holding a big thing of fire. You can assume what it does when it gets to the front. Like, sometimes games do a great job of designing enemies where it's like, yeah, I know what that does, even if you've never seen it. You're dead. You are probably also dead. Yep.
Steady subtraction, an invariable result. We are the flame, burning brightly for all the world to see.
We want to be careful if we actually are going to do most of the layers for items. One of the best reasons to do layers is the money, the baubles, and the potential items you get. You can get some great trinkets and trophies, which could be needed. The downside is, this early, we don't have a lot going for us.
Lament the knowledge taken by the fires of these fanatics.
Leave, fight. Luckily, this is a situation where one of us wants to leave, but they don't mind if we stay and fight. Good. Good, good. The worst thing we can do early on is affect our relationships negatively with these. Okay. Also, I should ask, Vernon, what is your team for Chapter 5? I know if you want to... I know the fun part of this game is using different teams for different chapters, potentially. I'm just going for the Grand Slam playthrough. Which is beat all 5 chapters with the same team, no one dies. Other characters I do like quite a bit to use that aren't on this team. I really like Highwayman. Highwayman does some great damage. Paracelsus might do great plague damage in the back row over time, but a fully maxed out grape shot with the, I forget what it's called, the sharpshooter route is very deadly. That thing does some serious damage to the back line. Ow.
Incremental, but deadly all the same.
Okay, from back to front. Oh boy. I don't remember who has Ritualist. Virtuoso is Jester, Bulwark is Men-at-Arms, and I don't remember Examinate either. There's some characters I barely use, so I don't remember their... Okay, that makes sense. I was gonna guess Occultist from the name. Debuff focused Occultist. Okay, I think I've only run Warlock, just because I end up just spamming attack moves anyway. I like Virtuoso Jester, but I miss being able to use Encore the way it is on Wanderer. Like, I miss being able to use Virtuoso Jester and having Encore be like, hey, here's your turn. Just because the way I play him, I can't run Virtuoso anymore. I don't stack enough, I don't use enough of those moves that then stack buffs for Encore to do its thing. So I just run Wanderer now.
A master stroke.
I mean, I essentially use him as stress reduction, and I use him to go back and forth and blind and mark targets. And Encore is nice. One of the Flagellant Paths. Which one is it? It's... There's the one where he's a blight machine, where he has the blight bomb. There's one where he does more damage at half health. And I don't remember the other one, which means it's probably that one. Okay, see, that's how I play him. I do Fade to Black and then the other one and just kind of go back and forth, and I mark and I blind and I get dodge tokens. That's just how I play him. I know he has some great moves that can move your team around and give them buffs, but again, I'm going for like a non-complicated team. Plus, no one else in my team really wants to move around. If I was running like Gravedigger, Highwayman, you know, people that can kind of like duelist, that'd probably be better. Oh, it is the blight focused one. Okay. What is his other one? You have Wanderer, which I think is the tanky one. I think Wanderer is the best like pure tank build for him. Examinate is the blight one. Then there's the one where you do more damage at half health. I don't remember the other one. Yep, I have Jinxto, which is why I run Wanderer, because I think it's like the best pure tank. Now if I replaced, let's say I replaced Jester with Grave Robber and probably Hellion with Man-at-Arms, and I was running a Blight team, that's when I'll switch to the Blight version of Flagellant. Because then I'll do that Sepsis Nuke Bomb, that Blight Bomb, which is really fun. But in Wanderer mode, Sepsis is just a great self-heal, which is why I kept him on Wanderer. Just I kind of went all in on his ability to tank and heal himself. I don't remember which path has it, but I know that Flagellant has a great heal where he heals himself a lot, and he also heals somebody else like half that. It's probably one of the best heals in the game. The reason why I don't use it on this build is 9 times out of 10, my Flagellant is above half health. Well, the Wanderer versions just heal someone else. There's a version of his, I think it's the one where it might be, I don't remember which one it is, where Scourge, I think that's what it's called, where he has to be less than half health, and he heals himself and an ally. Great heal. I love that heal if I'm running Flagellant as something other than a pure tank. But since 9 times out of 10, his health is always going to be above half, I can never use it. And if I have a teammate that's dying, it's like, oh, I gotta heal them. Oh, wait, I can't heal them because I'm not at half health. That's the reason why I don't run it. You could play it where, yeah, you use him as a tank, but you leave him like at half health just because. He has plenty of health. Half health's not bad. But as someone who plays a lot of JRPGs and has played a lot of old JRPGs where you have like the tank of the group, I love seeing my tank at full health. I rarely play characters where the lower their health, the better damage they do. I know Hellion has that passive, but you know, it gets some use. She gets smacked in the face a lot. She's in the front. I am not a fan of builds that require someone to be near death. That risk-reward thing, it's not my thing. Like, there's some great things you could do in Final Fantasy X with SOS stuff, which means you have to be in critical health. I never use that. I like it when HP number is maxed out. Like, I see HP at max and I'm happy.
The library burns.
Okay.
And with it, the remains of philosophy, reason,
and
insight.
Again, we're doing the boss fight, so we want to. Oh, I know. I have the oozes. Turn start, 15% chance of 2 blight. That's actually very, very bad for this boss fight. The upcoming boss fight, because the boss essentially has the Scourge blight bomb. This is actually very bad. Then yes, my resistance also comes into play, I believe. So chances are I'll probably resist it half the time. But I think that's actually bad for this. So hospital, perhaps. But yeah, just speaking of characters I really like to use, although I haven't really found like a go-to team comp for them, Highwayman is fun. I love his combination of stuff. Personally, I like I might like the Rogue a little better. I love Sharpshooter. It's fun to start in row number 1, use point blank shot to go back to 3, and then just great shot the back line. But Rogue is also fun when you're dancing back and forth between 1 and 2. That's fun too. Oh, I can't move forward because of that. Welp. I like the Vestal. I just haven't found a party that I like her in. Because she is basically pure support.
A deliberate and methodical.
I have a hard time counteracting that. Like, it's one of those situations where you end up with like too low DPS and you can't fight certain things. Oh, I can't move as the Jester. Well. And, oh, well, I can use toe-to-toe.
Straightforward and effective.
Yes. I can tell you my two least favorite characters to use. Runaway and the Duelist. Now, to be fair to the Duelist, I have barely used her. Maybe I would like her better if I got used to her. I just, once again, I haven't really found a team comp I like to put the Runaway on. I tried some more gimmicky stuff, like I tried the Arsonist with like the Burning Crusader one. You know, that duo. And I tried, the only time I ever really like her in the party is if I'm running the Occultist. Because they can sometimes 1-2 heal people. The Occultist will heal someone and bleed them, and then she'll cauterize them and double heal them. That's fun. The one time I'll use her is when it's like Occultist in row 4, and then Runaway in row 3, just like pure like damage over time build. Yep. And she'd be awful on this team. The Hellion wants to be in row 1 only. The Flagellant can be in 1 or 2, but not in 3 or 4. These two can flip, it doesn't matter. Ow. Thank you. Well, I'm sure the Flagellant enjoyed that. I did not. Oh, they're guarding. Yeah, whatever. Stupid dodge tank. It's kind of annoying. I don't want to move forward because then Flagellant becomes even more useless. Here, let's this. I feel like I'm taking unnecessary damage here, just because of the stupid shuffling. Yeah, this party does not like shuffling. In fact, one of my favorite trophies to get for this team is the one where you can't move for 5 turns. Because shuffling is just nasty on this team. Yeah, I'm taking a bunch of hits I don't want to take.
Relief comes rarely in these times. Savor it.
That's why I like characters like the Jester or Man-at-Arms. I feel like they can go into any party comp. Like, hey, I need a 4th person for this team. We have a good amount of damage, and we already have a little bit of healing. Like, what do we need? Jester. Or Man-at-Arms, because he does everything. He can self-heal with a marked target by hitting him. He can unstress the team. He can guard somebody. Man-at-Arms is just very good. A very well-rounded character. The only thing he lacks in is damage. Remember when Vanguard used to have extra damage on Crush? That was insane. Like, not only was Vanguard was supposed to be like the sacrifice defense for offense thing, but he was still super tanky. And Crush did like 10 damage. They took that away. That was sad. Like, maybe we shouldn't have the best well-rounded character in the game also do double-digit damage with physical attacks. Maybe. Alright, well, we win.
Straightforward.
Now,
And effective.
we are going to use Sepsis here, just so I can make sure I'm at full health.
persistence will overcome even
Okay,
the
what do we
greatest of
get?
threats.
This is kind of important. We get this thing, which I like. Plus 25% stress resistance is great. Plus 15% death resist is also fantastic. It's useless on Flagellant because he's already maxed at 90. Then we have this. This is pointless. Unless I can get someone speed 10 plus for the final fight. No. Turn start. If first in turn order, offensive token. Gain on killing blow, extra action. That's not a terrible placeholder. If first in turn order, plus 5% damage for one battle. If last in turn order, plus 1 stress. Okay. Unfortunately, Jester's the highest speed on my team. And while I'm sure he wouldn't mind stacking some plus 5 damage, plus 5% damages, I wish that if I can like find a bunch of speed ups to give the Hellion, this would be great. Not the trophy I was hoping for, but it's better than nothing. Although I will be getting stressed every turn. That does suck.
He madly upon his ladder, reveling in the fiery destruction of human accomplishment.
Iron Swan. Nice. Iron Swan again. That was very weak. We're already at 6 stress on Flagellant. I'm going to have to lower that. I know it's not the end of the world if Flagellant stresses out. But again, relationships.
Steady yourself.
Thank you. Thank you. It's unfortunate that I can't use my stress reduction move for a bit. Let's at least attempt to get rid of the blind token. That's fine. I wish I could Iron Swan one more time because of this. But I'm probably not going to be able to. You're immune to burn. That's to be expected. Kind of a waste of vulnerability, but Flagellant might get stressed out here. Okay, alright. Unfortunately, now we've entered the part of the fight where Hellion is completely useless. I could do this, but I will also gain one of those tire tokens, and I kind of don't want that. But since he gets to go twice, I'm going to have to do it. If he double-teamed Flagellant, he would have stressed him out. Alright, stress reduction. 2 bleed, 2 burn, that's fine. Stupid dodge tokens. Nice. Unfortunately, I don't think they can miss. Once again, I am useless. I don't want to attack the books. Ow. I figured I'd just go for it. I'm gonna do this just to soak up 2 of his single target attacks. That's fine. I think. Now I'll do this. At the very least, I'll get rid of the dice token.
And carelessness. Hallmarks of the unprepared.
Nice. Jester actually doing some decent damage. Oh, okay. You're getting pretty low. Look, these characters have made it all the way to chapter 5. I don't want to lose someone now. Ow. I was really hoping that wouldn't happen.
Squandered.
Uh-huh.
Darkness encroaches. Inexorable.
That's okay. Kind of.
Extinguished at last.
How do I want to handle this? Thought about blinding him, but that was pretty weak. It's because, oh, that's right, I still have this on. Ugh. I am not doing a lot of damage. I have to heal. I honestly, I really should smack him, but I can't risk this.
The path of exculpation need not be a lonely one.
Okay. Good. Oh, I debuffed him. Yeah. Oh, good. I lowered his fire resist. It went from immune to immune. Oh, he resisted it. I have got to kill him before he hits that again. Or at least get him down to his death armor. Because that is going to mess me up. Oh, I was really hoping that would get him down lower. Oh, well. Okay. He's not at 0. That's good. I think we're okay. Although that dodge token might get me killed. Do this just in case this lasts another turn. Uh-huh. That's okay. He has no more armor. He's dead. Is there anything I want to do right now? I get a couple free turns. He is dead, right? Like, I'm not being stupid. He has no armor left. Ooh, he's only blighted for one more turn. I never remember. Does that mean he takes blight one more time? Or does that mean the blight goes away on his turn? I don't remember.
Fellowship forged through toil.
And we're not going to chance it. I'm killing him. Man, our stress is bad.
Cut down these nightmares and blaze the trail to your redemption.
Whew. That was a brutal fight. Let's just... Honestly, this might be good to have for the final fight. I might try to stack these a little bit. Because that blight's going to get us killed. Alright, to the more important stuff. We have a lot of trinkets. We have plus 10% crit, that's going on you. We have plus 25% stress reduction, stress resist, and plus 15% death resist. It caps at 90. I guess I'll put it on you. Plus 10% damage at minus speed. That's okay. For now. Speed is less than no, no one's even close to 10 right now. If first in turn order that aid on killing blow, the Jester should always be first, I think. This is also not completely useless on Paracelsus. So actually that's good too. You know what? I'm not going to use this. All it does for me, since I don't use those abilities, it's a 20% chance of giving someone a dodge token when I use my stress reduction on them. That's it. That's all it does. And we'll save this for the final boss. Might as well get rid of you. We need to do some serious stress reduction. I actually want to get into a fight soon. Before all this stress eats up our relationships. Yep, like that. Luckily, there's a fight right here. We're gonna drag that fight on. Yep.
His stifled smirking betrays a malign madness.
In items. These all help relationships. That's good. I could get this for 20 plague resist, but I don't think that's really worth it. Ooh. If noxious item is equipped, +2 blight damage dealt. That would be great for Plague Doctor. Except I don't have a nauseous item, do I? Any noxious items in here? Nope. I could buy it and just hope for one later, but that's all my baubles. Eh. I'm gonna... If I can't find any better items for the final fight, I'm bringing these. There are obviously better items to bring. Like better heals and things, but I'm bringing this if I have nothing else. No stress reduction items, unfortunately. Alright, we need to make these next 2 fights last a good while, so I can get my stress down. Yep, because we're losing relationships like crazy. Oh good, easy fight too.
The enemy weakens and wanes.
Now you have to die. This is the one that has to die because of that, because of the horror thing. We're trying to relieve our stress, not make it worse. Alright, well, we kind of just have to mess around now. We're just gonna move. Paracelsus and Sarmenti can just move back and forth.
Early results are encouraging.
God, we have so many more stress reductions to do. So many more. Let's be careful of the math here. His stress reduction only does 2 right now. Hellions does 1. But we can only use either one when they're at 5. So we want to use, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If I use it on Damien and then use it on himself, then use hers, it'll still affect these two. Because if I use this now, I won't be able to use it on Paracelsus. I'll be able to use it on him to get him down to 3. I think it's a one. It's like a 1 either way. Either Paracelsus has more than 1 or he does. I mean, obviously it's better to do that on everybody to get them down to 3, but... Move. I can't... Whoa, I can't move. Why can't I move? Well, that's odd. I'm not entirely sure why I can't move. Guess I'm doing this. Not the best case scenario. Well, now I can use it on him. All right, we just wait around. I mentioned before in Darkest Dungeon games, you're kind of playing with fire when you're doing this, because you're just asking to be crit. But against these little guys, it should be fine. I still can't move. I'll just kill this one. I'd like to do one more on the Jester. But I think that Blight is going to... Oopsie. That Blight's going to kill him. Can I encore myself? That doesn't make any sense. That wouldn't work at all. Yeah, we're not going to be able to do it again, because the Blight's going to kill him. That's okay. I think we did pretty good.
A slow dissection.
The next fight will just
An unavoidable
do that immediately. Again, from what I understand, the sweet spot number for stress is 4. Unfortunately, Sarmenti's at 5, so he might do some negative banter. Although he does have that thing that makes him do 10% positive banter. Maybe that'll cancel it out? We either fight or we fight. Let's get that number back up to neutral. Okay.
A master stroke.
Nice, that's as much as we can do with stress. You are dead. You are definitely not dead, but I can't hit you anyway. Nice. See, just like thinking like damage mitigation is damage. Like you're like, oh, damage mitigation, healing and buffing your teammates. Yeah, you know what else is damage mitigation? Killing. Makes sense, right? In this game, stress reduction is also critting. The more you crit, the less stress you have. Relationships also do that as well. You are still not dead. Well, now you are. Why did I gain the stress? Oh, gain on action, 5% chance. Get out of here.
An opportunity. Squandered.
Congratulations, Jester. You rolled the rare 5%. Oh, that's good, right? This is Darkest Dungeon, so no, it's not.
The enemy weakens and wanes.
All right, well, we win. And our stress is as low as I can get it with the abilities I have. I was going to ask, is there any move
An artifact of unparalleled power
that can get rid of stress and have it be below 5? And I believe there is. But it's not great. I think it's the flagellants. He can eat 2 stress from somebody, but he gains the 2 stress. That might be one of the very few moves that can actually get rid of stress when it's below 5. I think there might be one more. Like, the Crusaders might? I think the +5 stress thing might be only for him, and he might be able to remove, like, 1 stress from somebody else, no matter what it's at. I don't remember. Like, I understand the idea of making Flagellant just go toxic mode all the time, eating stress and doing that, but I don't like it because it ruins relationships, and I hate that. Relationship stuff in this game is so annoying when it's negative. Like, hey, I want to use this move right now. No, you don't.
Measure out your violence and apply it judiciously.
Like, I once lost. I lost. I was on stream too. I like thought of something. Did I? Can I see this from here? I don't think I can. No, I can't see from here. One time I was, I think I might have made a mistake, by the way, that might cost me here. Anyway. During a Chapter 2 run, I died. I would have probably won, but my Hellion had a 5%, I think it was 5% chance or 10% chance to move back 1. I had to Iron Swan the back lung to live. We were getting close to killing it. There was a really good chance we were going to win. We were fine. And because a 10% chance to move back or forward, by the way, it was 10% and then a coin flip, I guess. I lost. I couldn't get to the lung in time. So it's annoying. Like, you have it all planned out, and then it's like, well, nope, no, you don't.
They falter. So press your advance.
I'm gonna check something, and I'm gonna hate if I'm right. I am right. I may have forgotten to put on the Easy Flame. Oh boy! What a good thing to forget. What a good thing to forget on Chapter 5. I forgot, not only did I forget to put on a pet, I forgot to put on the Easy Flame for Chapter 5. If I was smart, I would get to the next inn and quit, and then restart and put the flame on there. But I would also lose all my cold starting stuff, and the reason why I remembered that Chapter 2 run that I lost was because I didn't have the flame on. I forgot to put it on. What a good time to forget to put it on for the last chapter. Oh boy. All right. I'm sure it'll be fine. I didn't want to take 2 negatives, but oh, cool. Again, if I can't find any better combat item, that's fine for the final boss. At least to bring 1 or 2 of them. Do we want? Question mark? I hate these. I hate these. I never get anything good from them, and I always get negative relationship from them. It seems like every time I go to help them, someone's just like, I don't want to do that. Ooh, hospital. I need to save my money for relationship items. So I need to pick very carefully what I need to get rid of. Very carefully. This is very annoying. That's also kind of annoying. Again, annoying. Annoying. Okay, so as far as the quirks go, First off, what does this disease do again? Yeah, get rid of that. Getting blighted during the last boss fight's not going to be fun. So that needs to go. No. Like I said, a lot of the better relationship items are alcohol. So let's get rid of that. Also, books are great too. And unfortunately, oh man, every character has something bad. This prevents some stuff. This prevents stuff. This prevents stuff. I have enough money to get rid of all three, but then I'll have no money to buy the items in the first place.
Even the worst habits can be overcome.
I mean, we have plenty of time to get money. There. Now I can pretty much use any relationship item I find. And we're only in area 2 of 4. We got plenty of time to get more money for relationship items, but I wouldn't be able to use them if they still had these. So, all right. Well, we have no money. Luckily, there's no blight stuff here. I would have been sad because I have no money to buy them. All right. Well, all our money's gone, but at least now we can use alcohol and books on people. I don't know. What's your favorite go-to, like, in item for increasing relationship? I like the pig. The pig is like just a bunch of guaranteed +1s. It's probably the best one. Those wines are also very good. Like, you get like +2 to +4, and you end up getting like 4 of them when you get them. They're good too. You're dead. All right, we'll start working on you. We're doing better on stress, but unfortunately, we're going to get some this fight.
Steady yourself. A promising development.
Yep.
Malaise, measured and steady.
Nice.
A master stroke.
All right, I could heal someone, but no one needs it but me, so.
The fiend's strength dwindles.
Doing punish takes 10% of my HP off, but I get 15% back for hurting myself with it, so.
A simple kindness.
Net gain. I could miss this. Okay, good. Didn't.
A petty hindrance.
I mean, that was nice and loud. Someone banging around upstairs. Okay, stress was not bad. Jester, I think, got like 1 or 2.
These nightmares and blaze the trail to your redemption.
Hopefully this inn will get rid of at least 1. I think most inns get rid of 1. It'd be nice if it was the one that gets rid of 3. I'm pretty sure that exists. Alright, I'm never going to use these. I'm never going to use these because we're going to get enough flapjacks every time. Every time I've had the flapjack maker, I've always gotten at least 4. Usually more. So we should never have to keep food. Oh man, why couldn't you have been the Blight one? The Blight one's actually usable. Oh, I have a better version of it. I'm slower, but I do more damage. That's okay. No one else really cares about raw damage. Yeah. Plus 50% disease resist is kind of nice. Debuff resist is also good. Is there anything that's kind of just like, whatever? On it, well, if first in turn order, offensive token, gain on killing blow, extra action. That's fine. This is completely useless after this area, and we just finished the last fight, so there you go. I kind of don't even want to use this, because at turn start, the person who goes last always gets a stress. I kind of don't want to use this. Especially since I think the Jester is going to end up with most of those plus 5% buffs. I kind of don't want that one. Like if a fight lasts 5 turns, that's 5 stress. I think we can just not use that and get a different one. I'll keep it just in case.
The Roaring Heart does much for the weary.
Soft. Oh, and it's on my tank.
For the restless soul.
I mean, the meltdown chance doesn't matter on Damien because you have a 100% chance of going toxic no matter what when you stress out. But I'm not a fan of the minus 5% health. We have +1. We have -1 stress. And then Verse Gaunt plus 20% damage. Eh. All right. See, we have more flapjacks though. Num 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 num. Oh, this is a great item. It's -10 stress and plus 10% stress resist for the entire region. This is fantastic to keep till the end because we're guaranteed to have no stress going into it. I almost want to save this for the last area, although it won't do anything well. No, it's +1 stress. Never mind. I was thinking of a different book. Sarmenti, who do you not like the most? Boudica, of course. Well... Damien, how do you feel about those two? It's Boudica again. What happened with her? You know what? It's probably because of this. It's probably because of that, the Needler one. All right, I don't have a lot of money.
But fairly priced.
Blight items would be priority, like that one that has plus blight resist for 3 turns. Fortunately, we don't have one. There's a blight trinket. I think I'm going to buy it for later. Ooh, oh, there's the... Of course, after I already spent money.
If it is to carry you where you must go.
There you go. I wasn't going to use this anyway. Because I don't have the easy flame on. Oopsie. This is actually kind of good. Because the easy flame has this effect, I believe. So that's actually good. Travel heal, I think, is also kind of good, considering. Yeah. I am not going to equip this. I will equip it if I have to. But not right now.
Experience, however painful,
Heck.
is the greatest teacher of all.
Stress reduction, Encore. Noxious Blast. I almost want to level up, where is it? Hello? Oh, there it is. Ounce of Prevention. Ounce of Prevention might actually be usable in the boss fight because of the plague resist. I might level this up. I've honestly been thinking about using this the whole time. Like, I rarely use magnesium ring to clear bodies. It rarely comes into effect. How many times have I ever clicked this? Like once or twice in an entire chapter run. Whereas this would be useful to do, like, when it's available, like turn 1. Just to prevent extra HP loss. I might start using this instead. Blinding gas is not awful. It marks, that's good, but it marks the back row. And if I'm going to mark for anyone, it's going to be Hellion, which needs to be front row. This is also not bad. Yeah, I think I'm going to start using Ounce of Prevention again. Again, I hardly ever use this. Okay. The Wainwright is fine. Unfortunately, I can't get the flame now. You only have access to the flame and the pet in the very start. I think I even put the pet in my inventory, but if you don't put it into the carriage on like turn 1, it just goes away. Which just punishes you for not paying attention. Fair. It's that kind of game. How about we... No, I'm going to save all this. Was there anything else worth buying? I do like cards. Cards, more often than not, are good. All right, there's all my money. Boudica, you and Paracelsus do not get along. Let's do this first. Of course, one of the 2 negatives I get is the one that's the worst. All right, they're back to neutral. I can accept that. I'm not going to equip these until the last boss. What is our natural blight resist? 35. Well, it's buffed from something. I'm getting a buff from something. 35, 75, 25. 25. Please.
Every road a winding torment. Every turn.
Okay.
Bent on our destruction.
Normally I go the sluice just because it's kind of fun. And I think you get a good amount of money in there. However, once again, I believe that the trophy that gives you plus 100 blight resist might be from the general. I think. I don't remember. Even if it's not, my team hates the shuffle effect. And that one trophy where you're locked in place for 5 turns is great for that reason. Now, I could go for this. But, oh, it's the folder. Ugh. If I do the sluice, I think the Tangle stays here. I don't think the sluice does. It might. Let's just do this.
Trenches and tents. The front lines of a war that was never fought.
Why is this still... Oh. Yeah, I'm not going to equip that. Nope. Please be positive.
Tried and tested.
Okay. I use occasionally. I use quite a bit, so Damien's going to become like a dodge tank, which is actually worse for him. Because when he gets punched in the face, he heals himself. Although I guess dodging something that hits for like 20 health is better than getting hit. And his self-damaging stuff will still affect it.
While the heart still beats.
I rarely use that, and I don't even have that equipped.
Aspiration unites the hopeful.
I occasionally use this, and I rarely use that. I never use that, and I never use that. Cool. Even though we didn't get a good pull on the moves, there's still the chance of good things happening in combat, like random extra attacks and stuff like that.
War rewards
We
only
need money.
resignation.
Any opportunity we see to get some money, which is basically gonna be a lot of fighting. This is good. We could get some blight resist items. In order to get that, I have to go to the left. I really would like to go to the watchtower. But honestly, a good bit of this place has already been scouted. Not terrible. Hospital. Ooh, I'd rather not do that. Yeah. Let's, Sorry, guys.
Decidedly inconvenient. At least we know what's coming.
We could also get some good stuff here. I know it says books and quirks, but sometimes you can also get, like, liquors, and those are usually pretty good for either healing or relationships. What do we got? We could get book plus combat item, or a positive quirk. I had been looking for something better for Paracelsus than Jinx. Again, I know Jinx is great, but not on a character that has 28 HP. I don't want her to get hit, so I do my best to prevent that. However, remember, I don't think any of the quirks you get from these things are, like, considered top tier. I don't think I've ever gotten anything, like, really good from them. Let's go with the items. Okay. So on the, oh, of course we're already here. On the next one, if we can go back to the sprawl, if we want to, for the last area, we have this, which will make it easier. We have a minus stress book. We have a minus stress poem that also has that. And then we have this thing. I know the first form of the final boss has high plague resist. This could possibly counteract it,
Press onward.
but probably not enough. And there's probably better stuff I can bring. Here, you take that. For now. Rid of that. Yeah, we're good for now. I'm running out of inventory space, but I say as I'm going to a thing that gives us a bunch of items. I know, stress. Ooh. Why would you guys not want to go for free stuff? Why do you want to go to the guy who sells stuff when we have no money, when we can go to the area that has free stuff?
The Wainwright awaits, eager to ply his...
Hey! It only lasts 3 turns, but this would be great for the boss fight. It feels bad bringing this for the boss fight, because then you're locked into just having this, but... possibility. Ooh, Stew's pretty good too. Then you have this one. And I'm full. Do we have any weapon trinkets? No, we don't. Or armor trinkets? No. I like to hang on to this just in case. If like, I like 10% crit on Boudica, that's really good. This is also good. So I either have 15% damage, minus 3 speed, and plus 10% crit, or if I had a weapon, I could have plus damage and then more plus damage. I kind of want to hang on to it for that reason. We're already here, we can't go here again. I already have flapjacks. I'm not going to use that. I'm probably not going to use that.
Analysis is invaluable.
This could be useful here.
Useful in action.
There's some bleed here. I'm never going to use this thing. Yeah, it's good for now. But we're doing the layer again. I'm not too happy about our amount of stress we have. We're going to be spending the first fight doing as much stress reduction as we can, which is just right now just 1. Hi, friends.
Within every keep, a general and his loyal lumbering guard.
Oh. Got a disease on the very first attack. Awesome. Thank you. Disease and then crit. You are dead. Would you stop? I've been crit twice and got a disease. Stop. This removes the stress from Damien, but I wouldn't be able to use my stress reduction. I can do answer prevention. I mean, I do have it now. There you go. Okay. That's kind of an emergency heal. I mean, this is only for this area, but I could use toe-to-toe. It doesn't really do much for me in slot number 1 because it's supposed to move me like back into slot 1, but it would heal my Jester for 10% health. That's a just in case. Let's do this.
A simple kindness. A deliberate and methodical appliance of harm.
Okay. On Jester's next turn, I believe I can use stress reduction. Just kill him.
Compassion quiets the howling mind.
All right. We're not doing too bad. We got rid of stress based on some like crits and kills and other things. Anything I can do for free? Yes, I can use this. I might as well keep my stress as low as possible. Paracelsus can pretty much handle the back line on her own. Good, good.
Let us hope to finish this quickly.
All right, you are dead. I could stop someone's bleed. I don't remember. Does the general bleed you or not? I'll hang on to it just in case.
In crisis, we can rely only upon each other.
All right, I can't get any more pain tokens. We'll just use sepsis. Kind of a waste of a combo.
The enemy weakens and wanes.
Speaking of which, I could do the combo thing to potentially blight the boss. Because when they're marked, she gets more plague resist piercing. I mean, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, then it's not that big of a deal. Here, have some free healing. And you're dead. Incoming boss fight. Now, what do we get for the boss? We get whatever. Fine. Oh. I got the trophy for trinket prices. Oh, I don't want that. I don't even want to do this fight. I'm never going to use this. This is okay. I'm not going to equip that. I'm not going to use, like, man, this isn't even worth it. I need a trophy that actually helps me in the boss fight. I will still do it. And I'll actually equip it. I just don't want to equip the one I have, because it actually has a negative.
Undying into a dream.
I'm probably going to regret making this choice.
The fiend's strength dwindles.
I am blinded. Yep. And I'm probably going to regret making this choice. I could at least blind him. Or not. Okay. That's not terrible. It's not terrible. I always save the Encore for a turn where I need to heal somebody. Like if Damien can heal somebody, instead of using Acid Rain, I can just double Plague Grenade and hit the back thing. We're not caught up yet, so let's do this. Yeah, we're caught up. That sucks that they would hit the back too. I can't move my tankier people to take this without making them useless. They're just gonna have to take the hit. Man, it'd be nice if I wasn't blinded all the time with her. What is happening here? If flame is greater than, oh, I see. It's a combat start thing, so at least it's gone. Okay. Blind didn't work. That wasn't that bad.
But deadly all the same.
Nice. Make up for that damage you've been missing. Now, this is the turn where I want to do this. I get double the blight. I also get rid of the tangled growth. And I can use this turn to heal somebody. Alright, it's a little annoying that it's hitting the Jester. I don't want to move the Jester back up because he has more health than Paracelsus does. they are going to get a decent amount of stress from this hit. Nice.
Excellent work.
Now, this might miss Damien because of his dodge token. I'm not sure if this can miss or not. Unfortunately, it's definitely hitting him.
The enemy weakens and wanes.
I'd love to throw up an ounce of prevention to prevent some of this bleed, but I can't. I don't have the turn to do it. I can't fall behind on this. Okay. Just hit him. All right, not that bad.
Suffering begins.
We're doing just fine. In fact, we win.
The fiend's strength dwindles. Amidst the spoils, an artifact of unparalleled power.
Yeah, not a huge fan of what we just got, but we don't need that. We're out of the fire area. We don't need that. Well, I might be going back there though, because I have the book for it. It could make for just an easy run. Don't need that. I ain't never getting use out of that. I have no one that generates defense tokens on this team, so I'm never going to use that. Keeping these just in case. Again, I used it this one time and it rarely came into effect. As much as I think trinket price trophy is kind of lame, I'd rather not get stressed every turn. So get out of here, you, and I'll equip you when I get a chance. Not going to use that. It locks them in place for 2 turns. It lowers their speed. It lowers their bleed resist. Sure, I might as well just use it on somebody. All right, we're not doing too bad. Stress is below 5. We're going to get some extra travel healing. At some point. Hello, travel healing, thank you. One more tick would be nice. I'm full. See what I mean? We get so many pancakes. Gotta get rid of something. Once again, we're back to the point where I'm running out of item space. Yeah, not too bad. Drummer's annoying. I have got to get rid of that disease. It is very annoying for her to start the fight with 2 blind tokens. Although, if I level up Indiscriminate Science, I can take them off turn 1. Oh, don't focus fire my Jester who has like 5 health. Come on. Oh, yeah?
Weaken them,
Yeah.
that another may finish the work.
Yeah, thanks to my Hellion having 2 blind tokens at the beginning of every fight, we're taking an unnecessary damage because the fight just lasts longer. No, don't hit Paracels, even though she has the Jinx, and that's kind of a good thing. Alright. Let me use this LUP. Cool. You know, game, blind token doesn't necessarily mean it's a guaranteed miss. It is a 50-50. And Boudica has missed 4 of her attacks out of 4 while being under the effect of a blind token. Oh, you know what game I saw someone streaming, and at first thing I was like, "Ooh, I should get that." You know how sim games have been very popular lately, like trading card game sim, grocery store sim is still played. I've seen like the gas station sim is still a thing. There's a fast food sim. At first I was like, that could be kind of fun. It's also multiplayer. That's the cool thing about it. It's multiplayer. You can have people join and you can like run a fast food place yourself. Yeah, except then I remembered, oh yeah, I've had that job before in real life. I hated it. But if I can find people that have it and want to play it, that could be fun. The fun part is being able to, like, you own it. Essentially, like, having a fast food job, it usually sucks. But think about it, it's like you own the place with your friends. And it's like, oh, cool. We make up our own rules, you know? Do whatever. That honestly wouldn't be that bad. Like, having a job like that sucks, but when you're working with people that you know, it does make it better.
A master stroke.
Like, I once worked overnights at a gas station. Not fun. But one of my friends from school also worked that same shift. And we ended up working like 4 nights together, like every week. For like 6 months. That was fun. I mean, job still sucks, but that part was fine. Okay, here's the problem. When this person dies, this person's going to kill themselves and do a bunch of stress damage to me. We don't want that, but how do I prevent it? Because if I do this, I hit them instead and kill them. Alright, I still have 1 turn to kill him.
And effective. Malaise. Measured and steady.
Yeah, those blind tokens
In the extreme.
are causing me too much damage.
Work is noble.
That's 2 turns that she's getting no damage in. Also, melee skills, 20% damage. I'm going to lose 10% crit, but look at this. I equip this and this. I now do 20% extra damage on melee attacks and 20 extra damage. That's 40% extra damage. That is worth it. The Jester shall take the crit chance. Yeah, screw this thing. And no one else wants flat damage. Just like actual damage increase. I kind of like this better. Yeah, Paracelsus and Damien don't care about damage. Okay. Unfortunately, Damien has 6 stress, which means he might start being a little not friendly. Unfortunately, we also missed the hospital, so I can't get rid of this very annoying sickness. I'd rather not go to this, because it usually ends up being I get a slime plate, and my friends hate each other. So, we're gonna go... I'm gonna go to question mark.
Our once familiar kingdom. A stranger.
We're out of armor. which means up here I'm going to have to go to the thing I don't want to go to, or the surgeon's table, which is also a not very fun fight. We'll see. Let's see how we're feeling after this fight.
They waited for death, and still
Leave.
they wait.
Fight. Fight. Oh, good. Drummer and big sword guy. That's kind of annoying. And he's buffing him.
The enemy weakens and wanes.
All right, Damien. Be prepared to get hit fairly hard. That's not good.
No time to falter.
Uh-oh. Oh, you're dead. Alright, that wasn't so bad. Doesn't matter. On the drummer's actual turn, the plague will hit and they'll die. I kind of like having this now.
Emboldened.
Nice. Alright, repose time. Not so bad if I can get Damien his pain tokens from it. Miss. Okay, I do not want Paracelsus to get punched in the face by this guy. It's going to hurt. So we're just going to not attack him. Good. Jester has a 75% chance to dodge. I'm going to hit him. Good. And Bodica can take it. All right, free turn. Can I do anything? No.
The one pleasant in the extreme.
Ooh.
This work is noble.
That's a fun one. It's kind of like having a second Jinx trait. Quirk. Apply to attacker when hit, 20% chance they do less damage, 20% chance they take more damage, or 10% chance they're stunned. If round starts and you're at 2 or less speed, you're locked into place, which actually would be a good thing for him. If I can lower his speed in the final thing to 2, I would actually like this. But even if I can't, this is still good. 15% chance to get 2 regen for 3 turns. It's barely been proccing. And once again, I am... Okay, here. You grab one of these. You take that. You take that. Just gonna dump those two, since there's only one left. Okay, we're actually in pretty good shape. I could go to the surgeon's table. Here's the problem. After the surgeon's table, there's an armor, which we're out of. So I guess we're going this way.
Brace up. There's danger on this.
We're going to play baseball. Whenever I see this, I just think of like a catching mitt. Darkest Dungeon Baseball. I'm sure it's to the death because this world is terrible. Speaking of baseball, I know Backyard Baseball is on Steam now. Backyard Football is going to be on Steam soon. I think that might be kind of fun to try. I'm definitely more of a football person than baseball. All right, so do we steal food from them, and the food is always bad? Or do we get a wheel from them and light? Or do we get 2 combat items and steal them? Yeah. Ugh. I was hoping for something a little better. I don't think I've gotten any good items from these people, whether I steal from them or they give it to me.
Is the flickering torch you bear.
Here, put this on instead. It's like slime plates, combat items I don't like. We're about to be full on items again. You know, I haven't seen the coach item that increases your inventory size in a while. All right, time to throw everything away.
Inkling of potency still lingers in some of these.
All right, what we got? Not going to use it. Not going to use it. Not going to use it. Converts, blah, blah, blah. The problem is I have no one that can actually do those unless I get a relationship that causes it. I don't have any move on my team that creates a defensive token, so. Plus 6 speed's kind of nice. That's very good. Paracelsus? I don't even have a fire move on anymore. So both these, this doesn't really matter that much. Here, take the duration. Yeah, take that. We're not going to the Shroud. And I'm probably never going to use that. All right, unknown or unknown? Unknown it is. All right, it's a wheel. That's fine. And unless this is a wheel, we're good.
Mind your wheels.
I just have to spend a bunch of baubles replacing my wheels and armor.
Pity a soul so twisted by despair.
Actually, we could leave for free, and we don't take any negative. That would make that negative. I don't want that because it's already neutral. Yeah, let's just leave. Oh, it's armor. All right, well, time for a stupid fight. Yep. And it's not
Work fast.
awful.
Even faster.
Once again, I start with 2 blind tokens, and I'm 5 for 5 misses now. 50% chance every time, 5 for 5 miss.
Steady yourself.
All right, they should both be dead. Oh, yeah. Finally! Yeah, you're 1 for 6, 50% hits. Yeah, good job. Yep. On this, basically in this fight, one person is picked at random. I believe it's random. and you have to fix the carriage. It's annoying when you have a hard fight and you're already hurting, and someone has to heal, and your healer has to fix the thing, and that way you can't heal anymore, and yeah, it's a whole thing. Essentially, the whole fight is you lose a teammate every turn. This time we lose our Joker, Jester. But it was an easy fight.
Leave the wretches choking on our dust.
Okay, one more fight and it's the end. We can spend some money, we can get our relationships higher. Imagine if we got 6 positive relationships for the final boss, and they were actually good. Like self-heals, and like stress reduction, and they were actually moves I use.
Malaise, measured and steady.
Ooh, this first axe hit is going to hurt. 1 for 7. Can I blind him? I can.
Lenity, grace, small acts that drive back the darkness.
Nice.
A promising development.
All right, are we going to be 1 for 8? All right, we're 2 for 8.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Yep. It's okay. I can wear the dodge token. That's something.
This is no time.
God, that move does a lot of stress. That was very weak. Not only is this maxed out and I do 50% more damage with Mark, but I also had an offensive token. And I have 40% extra damage. How did that only do 10? He had no defensive token.
Lethality writ large.
Nice. No! No! Oh, I'm 1 away. I'm 1 away. Play the music. I believe going toxic only gives him -2 relationship with everybody, as opposed to -3 when everyone melts down, when everyone has a meltdown. I still don't want to see it though. Good job, team.
Amidst the spoils, an artifact of unparalleled power.
Yeah, something else I can't use. Plus 20% damage. Now here's the thing though. Plus 20% damage and plus 20% damage. I have to have both these equipped. Well, theoretically I could do this. It's the same thing. But no one else has armor. So no one else gets the benefit of this thing. I mean, this is more... I'd like to keep it in case I get something, but most likely in the end fight, I'm going to be equipping these 2 things on somebody. Yeah, get rid of it. I need the inventory space anyway. We're almost there, but unfortunately I have to drop 1 more thing at least. I don't want to drop anything. I can actually use this for Damien. Come on, I don't want to drop anything. Can't we just, like, put it in our pockets? You know what? We have enough of these. Even if I have a bunch of them, I'm not going to bring 3 of them to a boss fight. I'm going to have like 1, hopefully at most, as a just in case. All right. First thing I'm going to do is see what area we're going to. If we're going to the fire area, cool.
Lower your guard. Soften your gaze. It is safe here.
All right, first thing I'm doing, that. All right, where are we going?
Consider your position.
Now,
And plan
we
accordingly.
could... I don't think the sluice counts, by the way. If you go to the sluice, I think it's just for money. We're not going. We're going back to the sprawl. I know it's boring, but we've already been there. But I have a book for it, which will make it even better.
Your coach must be maintained. If it is to carry
Honestly,
you where
travel
you
heal.
must go.
It's not great. I wish it was better.
Learn what can be taught, that you may stand just a little taller
Iron
at the
Swan.
end.
Fade to black for marking. And honestly, indiscriminate science for taking off negative tokens.
Spend what you can, for wealth no longer has meaning. If indeed it ever did.
I would like to keep all this stuff. Well, we can use these. The fire resist for the fire area makes sense. Here. Oh, come on, you baby. Paracelsus, who do you hate the most? Boudica. Any blight things? No.
Something to ease the rigors of the road.
Yep. I was hoping for the item like this, that's like plus 40% blight resist. I don't think we've seen that once. It's kind of funny, like when you're actually looking for something, you just never find it. I could use one of these to get rid of a negative quirk. Unfortunately, there's no disease cure here. We'll save the money. What about, first off, let's do this.
An accomplishment worth remembering.
Trinkets! Apply on hit, 15% chance of doing that. That's... I don't... Yeah, these are too low percentage. I don't like them. Rid of that. Okay. Cards. Man, I'm happy I got 2 negatives out of that. You know, if we gotten better rolls, we'd be in such better shape right now. Come on! We would have a bunch of positive relationships by now, but instead we're kind of back to where we started. Oh, I know. We're getting close to the end game here. I need better relationships. I'm going to have a chance. Buy that for later. Ugh. I mean, 18, this is great, but 10?
Another nameless city. Another inferno of mutilation and madness.
That's probably not good.
Tried and tested.
I use it all the time. He gets a dodge token. Use it all the time. He gets a... that's whatever.
While the heart still
Don't even have it equipped.
Desire
I use this
will never
sometimes.
die.
Okay, okay. Minus stress. Minus stress. Yep.
resentment, the slowest and deadliest
Well,
poison
on the
of them
plus
all.
side, I already have these equipped. I never even use this, so I'm never gonna. It's not gonna come into effect. This I use all the time. But Boudica's gonna have more blind tokens. Okay. That's good, and I don't use that. We need to find a hospital. I've got to get rid of Boudica's stupid 2 blind tokens at the start of the fight. That might be enough to get me killed during the boss fight.
Behold, the great cities of man, ruined
There it is.
and aflame.
Oh, there's 2 hospitals. Alright, so how do we get to the hospitals? I kind of want to fight the lair boss to go for one last good trophy. Because trinket cost is awful for boss fight because it does nothing for the boss fight. At least I get the effect of the trinket thing through here if I go to a hoarder. Alright, so here's one, here's the other. This one can be gotten to from anywhere. I kind of like that better than this one because this makes me have to go this way. But I kind of want to go that way. The hoarder could be good for plague stuff, and I do have some money. It does mean I have to go through this thing. Whatever. Sorry, Damien. Well, we're almost to the boss. I honestly don't know if how we're gonna do. We don't have a lot of anti-plague stuff, unfortunately. So we'll see how it goes. Also, forgetting to take the easy flame is...
We must keep moving.
That's a mistake. That was a big mistake. Again, if I was smart, I would just get to the next inn and quit. But I'm not going to. This team has made it this far. Either we beat it or we all die.
Desperate and wanting. Will you
All right.
rip off their earnest pleas?
Item plus... What, 91 flame? Let's do this one.
Scavenge what you can.
Okay.
And be off once more.
That's not terrible. Actually, this will help us in the boss fight. Have it heal 12 is not like a lot of healing, but in the boss fight, it could save our life. And since we're going to do the boss fight to get another trophy, speaking of which, I should probably see if I can actually get there. Where is the enemy lair? Oh, good, it's on the way. It's on this side. Hoarder. We're going to lose all our wheels right at the beginning. Look at this. Wheel, wheel, wheel. Wheels are already gone. That's okay. We just got to do a stupid fight, but that shouldn't be a problem. All right. What you selling? Oh, a noxious item. Oh, it'd been good if I had that other trinket still. What is this? Gain on being that blighted, damage of whatever. Resist to stress. Jester. If target is bleeding or damage. Round start. If bleeding, add 1 positive token. Hellion. Gain on crit, melee skill, offensive token. If it, I don't use if it bleeds. No, nothing really that good. Nah. Ooh, I will buy that though. Combat item also is kind of like whatever. I'll buy a stack of laudanum.
The loathing whispers.
Again, we're going into a boss fight. We could use some stuff in there. I'm never going to end up using that probably. Okay. Hopefully, maybe here we can get some of that wine that gives us a lot of plus relationship points. And our wheels are gone.
Wheels askew, coach limping. Be prudent.
I mean, I don't have to go this way. But then I'd have to wrap around to the next hospital.
Perfect working order.
All right, what we got?
It remains damnably
Combat item plus trinket,
412.
or just trinket. Well, I'm going to go for the one that gives me more stuff.
Amidst the spoils, an artifact of
Turn
unparalleled
start.
power.
90% chance of healing 10%, or a 10% chance of getting 2 stress. I actually kind of like that. Like 10%. That's something I can work with. And that would be pretty good for Damien, considering he's going to get hit more than anybody else. Does anyone want plus 20% debuff resist? Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of useless on her too. Got her.
An
Okay.
elementary problem.
If I don't go the wheel route, I have to go this way, this way, this way. Oh, I actually could do that. I could do that. But I run into a lot of loathing if I go that way. This would lower it down to 0. That would lower it down to 0. Then it's 1 or 2. That'll... Okay, we're good. We're good.
Displaced, but not disarmed. The face
This will get us the
of army
hospital and the lair.
awaits us.
Those damn blind tokens. Also, the bad thing is with this, if I miss a melee skill, I get a stress point. That makes the 2 blind tokens even more annoying.
Hold fast, for who knows what lurks in the beyond. A slow dissection.
Oh, he lives with 1 HP.
An unavoidable end.
Yep. Oh well, they're dead next turn.
Agony by accumulation. The slow suffering begins.
Well, if I wanted to use the upfront Noxious Blast one, Boudica gets another blind token. Let's just use Ounce of Prevention.
Collaboration confers advantage.
Here. Have a blind token, even though it doesn't matter.
We are the flame, burning brightly for all the world to see.
Now, in the upcoming boss fight, these are good, I think. Yeah, we can use these to hit the back thing to trigger the vines to go away, so we can do more like direct hits. And we don't really need those anymore because we're already at 100. I don't want to forget to take these off. Laudanum. Not going to use that. Boudica has 5 stress. First thing next turn, I need to lower that. Leave. It's okay. Fight or fight? No, we should fight. There's a lot of loathing coming up, and this will lower it. God, the blind tokens are so annoying. Good. In a game where fights can sometimes only last like 2 or 3 turns, having 2 blind tokens to start on your best DPS character is very annoying. And 7, you're dead.
Incremental, but deadly all the same.
Oh, wow. That was a blind token on top of a dodge token. 50% chance of me missing and a 50% chance of them dodging. That should mean it was impossible for me to hit them, right? Again, this game might have weird ways of combining their percentages. Maybe it's 2 different rolls. Maybe it's a coin flip that I hit, and then a coin flip that they dodge. Instead of just combining them and saying, oh, it's 100% you miss. I'm not sure. Still, that's cool. Sorry, Boudica. Oh, you resisted it. Good. Another reason to have good debuff resist, and why I think that's a very good memory to take, which I still need to take on her. If there's one thing left I want to take on Boudica, it's either HP or debuff resist. I know move resist is kind of meh, but she's like the one character I wanted on. Like her and Leper, I think do well with this. Yeah, debuff resist counts all those like blue tokens. And if you have a bad relationship with somebody and it causes a bad token, it's good to have decent debuff resist. Because it might counter it. Just like using Encore on someone that has high bleed resist is nice, because they won't always bleed from it.
The past is gone.
Let it die.
The loathing abates.
Again, I'm only going to bring one of these if I have to. So here comes more loathing, but then we get rid of it here.
The loathing whispers. Your path lies through them, and so they must fall.
We leave and lose money, or we fight. Again, I want to keep loathing as low as possible, so. Oh, the shuffle. Oh, the annoying shuffle. All right. Jester's in the front. That's not great. There we go. I'm not entirely sure what dictates how much they can move. You notice how Boudica can only move once, like one spot, while Flagellant can move twice. I'm not sure what that's based on. Maybe speed? We just wasted all our first turns moving around. Which is why shuffle is very annoying. But they didn't really do much either. It's all right. We'll be at the hospital soon. That should kill both of them. Yeah. That was a 25% chance to hit. Thanks. She has missed so many attacks with those stupid markers on.
In crisis, we can rely only upon each other. Lenity.
Luckily, I have the Jester who can just counteract the stress completely.
That drive back the darkness.
Sorry, Boudica. I think you resisted it. Good.
Agony by accumulation.
Bye.
The unrelenting application of violence yields morbid gains.
Yeah, I have a lot of money now, and money takes up slots in your inventory. I do not know what to get rid of. Laudanum. I hate to dump laudanum that I paid for. What do I... Oh, I didn't even see that. Slime plate.
Brace up. There's danger on this path.
Well, loathing's at 0. That's good. Now, easy fight. It's alright. I think this is the last fight that she's going to have this on her, so that's good.
The slow suffering begins.
It's a coin flip. Come on.
Collaboration confers advantage.
Ow.
Steady yourself.
We are getting close to the enemy lair. Let's get our stress down. Because that fight is a little stressful. With all the book burning. See, it's a good thing to have Boudica not have that stupid blind thing, because at the beginning of the boss fight, I can Iron Swan twice. For decent damage. And if I had blind tokens, I would probably miss both of them.
Cooperation is the key. A petty hindrance.
Nice.
Greater threats await those who dare.
Okay, so yeah, we go to the academic study, and then we go to the hospital. We're going to pick up at least one loathing.
This unkempt study evokes a feeling of the
Do we
familiar,
want
does it not?
money and a book? Most of the time, like for books, you could get a book that is good for relationship stuff, or you could get a book that's good for areas, and we're almost done. So, a trinket. A trinket, you say? Ooh, blood smeared calculations. Turn start. Convert dodge to crit. Convert defense to offense. And then turn end. Convert crit to, so if you don't use your tokens, they turn into like better tokens. Cool. But the only person on my team that can actually generate any of these is the Jester. And he generates a dodge token. So it would turn into a crit. And then it would get used the very next turn. Not terrible.
Your coach is laden.
But
You can carry no more.
I like what I have better. Or do I? How much does this give me? Okay, it only gives me 9 death resist instead of the 15. And the stress reduction really doesn't matter too much. I'll use it. I'll use it just to get guaranteed crits. Because I use Fade to Black to get a dodge token. Well, no, I use the other one to get a dodge token, and then I use Fade to Black to crit. Yeah, I can just keep doing that back and forth. It's something. It'll keep his stress down. Why have stress resistance when I can just get like -1 stress every other turn? Now, does anyone want this? Yeah, I'd rather have this. I hate running out of space so much in this game. I feel like I'm just throwing away everything that's good. We're going to get up to 2 loathing. Then we're going to take loathing back down to 1 here. It's going to go back up to 2 here. Then it's going to go down to 1, I think, here.
Loathing festers.
Yep. Hello, hospital. Finally. All right. Any items for sale that could be good? Any blight? Here we go.
The odds of illness are high.
Here we go.
Best to be prepared.
Plus 25% blight resist for an entire region, meaning boss fight. I want this other one, so I have to get rid of something. Here. Now that we have that, can I? There.
Tonics, tinctures, and remedies. The science of hope.
Get rid of that, please. It's kind of annoying. Get rid of... Yeah, that's actually not that bad. There we go. We got rid of some decent stuff. Okay. The most important thing was getting rid of that stupid disease. Besides Boudica having 4 stress already, we're not doing too bad. I kind of hope she gets 1 more stress from something so I can get her down to 2. Yeah! I could actually hit turn 1. Oh, that's right. Yeah, he gets a... Well, right now, anyway. Whenever I use my thing, whenever I use my tank thing, he gets a super dodge token, which means he gets a crit token. Oh, good luck. I'm almost there. Although you have one of those negative flames.
Easily dispatched.
$54 damage. Not bad. They're in that notoriously annoying third spot where I can't really hit them that hard. No, didn't matter.
Subtraction, an invariable result.
All right, where are we going now? The lair boss. Again, I really don't have to do this, but 75% like trinket price
Of absolute evil
discount. It's not gonna. It doesn't help me against the boss at all. I would like to see what trophy. Now, if the trophy that shows is not that good,
the remains of philosophy.
if it's the one I had before and dropped, we can just leave. I'd rather have less stress going into the final area. So if the trophy's just bleh, then we can just leave.
The fiend's strength dwindles. The enemy weakens and wanes.
All right, well, this fight's pretty much over.
The work continues.
They're in that stupid third slot again. Yeah, third slot's definitely the weakest part for me with this group. That's why the librarian's kind of annoying, because when he goes from the fourth to the third slot pretty quickly, usually. Which means I can't really hit him there. Die, corpse. Can I do anything on this turn? Not really.
Incremental, but deadly all the same.
The shuffle.
Malaise, measured and steady.
Yep, and unfortunately I used half my attacks to move, so they get to just all hit me. Alright, Paracelsus.
A slow dissection.
Just keep doing your thing.
An unavoidable end. The slow suffering begins. A steady subtraction, an invariable result.
Sorry, Boudica. Oh, but if I miss, I'm gonna give him more stress. Well, I gave her more stress. That's okay. I can do this. I mean, that was intentional. Because now I got her stressed down to 2. Big brain move. No, most of the time I do something that seems like a big brain move, it's accidental. Oh, I got the same thing again. If first in turn order, plus 5% damage. If last in turn order, stress. I mean, this could be useful in the boss fight. If I can get Boudica's speed to the highest possible, like of anybody else in the party, she can just stack those 5% damages. And it's still more useful than the trinket cost. Do I get anything else that's decent, though? That's fine for an in item. No. I just don't think it's worth fighting the boss. I'm gonna get out of this boss with like 6 stress per person on average going into the final area. I don't think it's worth it.
Recognize your
If it was the rooting one,
and accept it.
or if it was that one that has blight resist, I would have done it. Do you have a disease again?
Loathing howls.
You had that last time. Stop eating the gas station food. I've made that mistake.
Loathing made manifest.
All right. What are we doing here?
Well done.
Nice.
The fiend's strength dwindles.
Why did I move? Ooh, big hit. Good. Huh. I'm not sure why they moved that one time.
Malaise.
Do you have anything on?
Measured and steady.
No? Weird. Oh, well, that's right. You sacrificed them to get a bunch of buffs. Yeah. I should have killed him earlier.
A breakthrough.
God, all the death armors. Death armor with regen is so annoying because it just keeps giving it back. It took all 4 of us to kill him.
All problems have their solutions.
Even the big ones. Maybe that one is blight? It's not. Ooh. Oh, it's piercing. If stained item is equipped, you get a bunch of piercings. Honestly, the first stage of the boss has very high blight resist. If I put both these on Paracelsus, she could probably blight him no problem. But I would lose +6 speed, which I kind of want to do. Well, no, we didn't get the trophy. Never mind. No, I like +6 speed, and that's fine too. I think this is kind of gimmicky. We can beat the first stage without having to blight. She has other stuff she can do. Plus, again, I would lose +6 speed. I would lose a bunch of stress resistance. I would lose 9% more death resist. And I would just be gaining the ability to blight the first of 3 stages. If this was blight resist, I'd probably do it. But it's not. All right. We're there. I believe we have 3 fights we have to do before the boss. Let's get ready. We got here fast. Chapter 4 took me like 4.5 hours last time. We're on 3 hours.
The place is a little worse.
Lazy eye.
But familiar nonetheless.
Whatever. Ooh. 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 Sarmenti got bloodthirsty. That's really good, even on him. Plus 3% damage is something. That's like an extra 2 damage on every one of his things. And if the target's lower on health, +5 crit. That's... I kind of want to lock that into a hospital at some point before he loses it. Eagle-eyed. Great. Boudica's range skills have 10% chance of critting. Awesome. Yeah, Bloodthirsty's very good. I know I have this locked in, but it was kind of a joke. Like, because he's like the support character. Bloodthirsty's 30% extra damage. That would mean that this thing that does 4 to 7 would do at least 5 to 9, right? Just because how it would round, I think. It might still only be 5, but it might increase the 7 to maybe a 10. To just I'm not sure if it increases the damage range equally every time, or is it because of the rounding? Would it only give me like 6 on damage, or like 5 on damage, but like 10 on the max? I don't know. But I think this is actually still good on him. The crit chance is also good. Yeah, I'm going to try to lock this in when I get a chance. All right, welp. Eat your flapjacks. We have so much stuff to use. First, get out of here. Use this. Plus 10% healing received from skills. Damien. And then Boudica. Party. Plus 2 speed. Minus 1 stress. Well, there you go. Party time! Of course. Crit chance, Boudica. Plus 4 speed. 1 speed! Yeah, Jester can have it. Anyone need a heal? Nope. Alright, Blight Resist. Who gets the 2 Blight Resists that we have? You're already at 75. One could argue that if I give her this, she's immune. I think. But that might be overkill, because look at we also have 55, 25. I think these two have to get it. They're just so low. Whoops. I guess it's you two. Stun. Alright, what can we buy?
Precious relics remind us of a time before the end.
No Blight Resist. I feel like I usually see those all the time, and I just never buy them, because I never need them. Ugh. Trinkets! It's the same stuff we've seen before. Combat items. By the heals. Okay. So, who has the lowest relationship? We got some 16s, we got some 13s. Paracelsus and Flagellant. Good. If I could get 6 positive relationships, that'd be very nice for this. 16 is kind of like the point where I think they start popping up more easily. Yeah, Paracelsus and Damien still nice. +3, good. Paracelsus and Hellion. Okay. I think 17 is the lowest we have, which is great. Nope, 16. I wish I could get rid of the disease, because I think she's going to lose hit points, but that's okay. As for items, we don't need that many laudanums. This is kind of bad, but it makes sense. Also, we're going to have to put these on. I really don't want to lose my... We got some good trinkets going on. But this is always kind of meh. 116. That's good. I love this combo. 60 is just going to have to be enough. We can take that off. Yeah, I'd rather have the Blight Resist. So Boudica has the lowest at 60. I can use Ounce of Prevention to get it up to 85. Yeah. All right. I do have a lot of baubles left, but as we saw, there's no trinkets I want. These don't really do anything anymore. All right, well. There is this thing. Plus 25% death resist for 3 turns and plus stuff. Yeah, I don't want to bank on that. Okay. I'm tempted to take off one of these heals and buy the Blight heal. But Paracelsus can heal Blight with her own moves, so. Alright, we got 3 more mastery points.
Survival demands it.
I wouldn't mind putting a point into this, because it removes Bleed and Blight when it's level 2. And Fire. I wouldn't mind leveling up his Deathless to make his heal better. I think that's it. I think we're leveling up those. We're going to level up this so he heals a little more. We're going to level up this so I can get rid of my own Blight if I have to. If something's coming. Now, what do I do with my last point? This could be very important. I could level up Razor's Wit. It would give him a dodge token every other turn, which means he could stay alive. I could level up this, but it's only 5% more. Although it does remove Blight from her when I use it as well. We already leveled up Ounce of Prevention. I could always level up Punish just to increase the amount of damage it does. Because when damage needs to be done, this is pretty much all he has. And this increases the damage, not by much, but I do have it. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do Dodge Token. Don't need those.
A new variable in the equation.
Okay.
Of fate.
I have some money left, but there's like nothing to buy. I'm just gonna buy the Burn Resist, even though it probably does nothing in this fight. Here, have some burn, have some disease resist.
There is nothing for it now but to press on.
All right, check something real quick. Alrighty. Here we go. Oh Only 3? The high... What? Why? Oh, that's a bad roll. That's a very... I had 5. I had 5 the last round. And the numbers were lower. And it only gave me 3. That's...
While the heart still beats...
Well, that's
desire
good.
will
And that's
never
good.
die.
At least that's a good one.
Aspiration unites the hope.
More and more, Paracelsus loses stress. Noxious Blast, he loses... I mean, that's okay. At least I got moves I use. Ooh. This removes Blight on Paracelsus when I use it. Okay, these are actually useful. I use all of these moves. That's better than having 5, where I only use like half the moves. Still, I think I got cheated on that. I had some like 17s in there that didn't get a positive relationship. Pfft, come on.
At last, the great ziggurat. Temple of failure and regret.
Well, this is it. Paracelsus did lose some HP because of dysentery. That's going to be dangerous. Oh, is there no fight? It just goes straight to the thing? Maybe? God, look at this creepy place.
Here, at the nexus of ruin, loathing poured forth from the darkest recesses of your mind. Your failures took form, and the world bowed in honor of your great wretchedness.
Yeah, let's go
The stain
wretchedness.
of your bankruptcy frayed the very fabric of our dimension.
Man, we suck.
But you were afraid to face what you had wrought and fled down the long road of your memories, hiding yourself away.
And left the world like this. Yeah, it's our fault. We embraced, like, Cthulhu magic, but we were afraid of it at one point, and then we just ran. And we left the world like this, so it's our fault. Alright, least amount of damage as possible. We have got to go into this fight just in very good condition.
Incremental, but deadly all the same.
Well, at least I got rid of the dodge tokens.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable
Good.
end.
Nice.
Let us hope to finish this quickly.
Hi, Julie. We're almost to the boss fight. Oh, hey, Julie, you remember when I did that chapter 2 run? Where it was very cursed and like we all died? Remember I forgot to give myself like the easy flame? I forgot to give myself the easy flame this time. Of course I forgot to give myself the easy flame on the last chapter. That's a little scary. So we'll see how this goes. If I was smart, I would have quit at the first end and then just put it back on. But no, we're doing this. I think we have some pretty decent stuff. Yeah, you got no Lawrence. Yeah. That's the best one. Well, I wouldn't say it's my favorite. I appreciate it. I don't know what my favorite is.
We are the flame, burning brightly.
I do
for
like
all the
Dancing
world
Hammy.
to see.
When do I get a rat emote? Thrack. Bum 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 bum. I think dancing hammy is my most used emote. I think that was in the stats. Ooh, that was a lot of stress. Ouchies. Would you stop it? Go away. Okay. I want to go into the final boss fight with not a lot of stress. He has 7.
Cooperation is the key.
Oh, if I use this, Damien loses a stress. Good. That's on cooldown. I knew he was already dead. I don't care. I like the killing blow. Paracelsus.
This wound, at least, has been tended to.
All right, we're down to 3. That's not terrible.
Steady yourself.
We're down to 4. That's not terrible. All right, we're down to 3. Again. Back to 4 again. Stop.
The work
Just the
continues.
stress going back and forth between 3 and 4.
In this weighty gloom, a spark.
I might know how that feels a little bit. I mentioned I'm not used to taking medication, so I have days where I just forget, and it's one of those things where like later in the day I'll be like, did I take it today? And I can't take it more than once. So it's like, okay, my choice is to either risk double taking it or just not take it until tomorrow. And then I wake up, or like later that night, or like I wake up in the morning and I'm like, yep, I can tell I didn't take it. Speaking of which, it's lying right here. It's right here. How about I take it right now?
I remember our first meeting on the steps of the university. You were golden, lit from within by the glow of potential. Finally, my friend, I would see that potential realized. It is time to reclaim the world from your weakness. Meet your derelictions with blazing defiance. The equation must be balanced.
Pancakes. Ooh. Okay, see, that was mentioned to me, but here's the problem. You flip the bottle at night, right? And then when you take it, you put it back up. You put it back upright. The problem is, if I saw it was upright, I would go, oh, I must have taken it. Wait, did I forget to flip it the night before? See what I mean? Like there's no like winning with that for me. I can just keep going down that line of questioning. It's like, well, I could have forgotten to flip it in the first place. How do I want to handle this? Should I equip anything differently? I mean, we could use Laudanum in the fight, but it's kind of a weak item for going into a boss fight. But it's all we have. And of course, there was other thing where I was like talking to my mom about it, and she was like, "Well, just don't forget." It's the thing where it's like, "Well, just don't." Like, just don't forget. If you take it, you shouldn't forget. Like, I know that's the point. Oh, hello, creepy thing.
Gaze now upon your great achievement, the sum total of your failings, your body of work.
Dancing Mad? I feel like I should be playing right now.
Of the coward, ripe with toxic pusillanimity.
Ounce of prevention.
Empowered, emboldened.
This is something. So in these spots, when the turn ends, you get 3 blight, but I have such high blight resist now that most people will be able to ignore it. Acid reflux. Oh, there's me. All right, well, he's rooted. That's fine. Listen to this music. It's like sirens in the background. That's kind of ominous. Oh, yeah. I remember, like, this thing has... I'm not going to be able to blight it very often.
Incremental, but deadly all the same.
Well, the stress is getting up there. Boudica is blighted. I'm actually going to use this on her. And this. There we go.
Welcome relief from caustic agony.
Collaboration confers advantage.
This is just me after eating pizza. Nice. Yes, I did. And I ate a bunch of it yesterday as like leftover cold pizza, which I love, and gave me heartburn, as it does. That's okay.
Cooperation is the key.
Well, it's more acid reflux than heartburn. I know the difference. I have both. Like, you can have both at the same time. It's not fun. But I usually have reflux more than heartburn. Ooh. Yeah, being immune to blight's making this fairly easy. All right, well, I have nothing to do. Do you still have your blight thing? Yeah, you do. For one, like at least one more turn, I think. I'm gonna go for the blight. It probably won't work, but oh, it did. Some Tums. Well, like, my dad used to just eat Tums before he was given, like, prescription strength, like, activated charcoal Prilosec or whatever it is. Which is probably something I should be on. He used to just eat Tums all the time. He didn't like going to the doctor, so it was just like, okay. And then finally he went and got those, and he was like, oh, this is much better. Since I'm currently stuck in the cycle of going to the doctor every, like, 3 to 6 months, maybe I'll ask them. Like, hey, my dad's, like, on, like, the super strength Prilosec, like, anti-heartburn acid reflux stuff. Should I be on that since I get it all the time?
A small reprieve from this carousel of horrors.
Must spend their entire turn using the firebomb skill. What? Oh, I have to use the stupid firebomb. Oh, okay, well. It's like it must be arsonist. Must throw firebomb. Hey, I killed it. Bum, bum,
Its
bum,
infernal
bum,
gaze
bum,
pierces
bum,
the veil
bum,
of
bum.
reality.
I see you. I love this thing. I love the I love how it's called Contempt. And I love the description is just you're next. Now is when we can blight. The blight resist is down to only 40. I don't know what this part does. I think this is just marking and then high damage stuff. All right, well, nothing really good. I mean, so far we're doing pretty good. I'm just waiting for our jester to get punched in the face.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable.
Oh, the miss! The dodge token! Which is why I gave him that ability. Preparing to deliver a powerful, unavoidable blow. Oh, I see. Put this back on just in case it causes a side effect.
Collaboration confers advantage.
He just keeps doing that over and over again to him. I mean, I am doing like taunts, so that makes sense. Okay. Here come 3 turns in a row. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Can I go now? Nice. Here comes Kafka. If he was in...
Behold the hateful god upon his throne.
It's Kafka if he was in that group in Kingdom Hearts.
Made flesh.
I can't even think of the name of the group. It's been so long since I played Kingdom Hearts. It's like the edgiest Kefka can be. Oh, I can't do anything. Awesome. Here. Well, skip. I can't do anything. Boom, boom, boom. By the way, 999 health. Yeah. Futility. Oh, don't push me around. Oh, that's annoying.
Incremental, but deadly all the same.
Oh, there's bleed.
Empowered, emboldened.
Okay. I don't think we're doing too bad so far. Face your failure. Oh yeah, I get to pick one. Know that in falling we taste glory. Come closer, be witness to my rapture. What mystery awaits me? You think the bards will get our stories right? Uh-huh. So, this is the guy that I believe the Jester kills to steal his song. Like I said, everyone in this game is kind of a jerk. So you're facing your failures, like you're facing your fears, and like, oh yeah, this is the guy you murdered. It's like, oh yeah, that guy. Only the Jester can hurt him, so. Of course, I'm stunned. Turn one. That's not helpful. I missed. We're at the final boss fight. Oh, good dodge. Not much I can do. Still can't do anything, huh? I hate having to do that, but I can't do anything. Nice. At least I can dodge his attacks. Ah! I should probably use this on Boudica, but I need to kill this guy, so.
The pulse slows.
Nice.
Sanity returns.
Exaltation. $200 damage.
Collaboration confers advantage.
This is a slow burn kind of fight.
Agony by accumulation.
Okay. We know what to do here.
Malaise, measured and steady.
That's okay. I can go backwards and put him back in place. I actually don't want to hit him. I'm pretty sure you should kill them close together, because he'll just spawn another one. I hate to do that for stress, but... Now I can't use Iron Swan. Oh, it's because they're taunted. Well, I don't have a choice. Good dodge.
Compassion quiets the howling mind.
Ba-dum-bum. Nice. Good crit. Good crit. That way he doesn't spawn. He would have spawned another one. Face your failures. Hey, look, it's him.
Cooperation is the key. A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Yep. Man, the Jester just keeps on critting. Good. We need it now. No, that's not good. No, 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 no. You get out of the front slot. Nice. Nice.
Past is gone. This thing is merely an echo.
Exultation. Oh, I just moved him.
Well done.
Nice. Oh, the choice. They're taunted. I have to. Can I kill the back one fast enough? Probably not.
A master stroke.
Yep. That's okay. The one in the back has been hurt. The one in the front's easier to hit.
Collaboration confers advantage.
Again, nothing I can do. Bum, 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 bum.
The fiend's strength dwindles. Measure out your violence and apply it judiciously.
Okay. We're in a good position here. Face your failure. Yep, her past self. I believe in her story, her tribe was fighting another tribe, and they basically lost horribly. But instead of like fighting to the death like the rest of her people did, she hid. And when the enemy found her, like cowering on the battlefield, they just left her to live. They didn't think she was worth killing. And then she got back to what was left of her village, and it's like they knew what they somehow knew what happened. Well, because I guess it's because she returned. Either you win or you die. That's the thing. So she returned, and she was a coward. So she's facing her past, like, self who did all this.
The pulse slows. Sanity returns.
Agony by accumulation.
Bum, 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 bum.
Cooperation is the key.
Ooh. Ooh, that was a nasty one. I think we're gonna see her have a meltdown. Oh, that sucks. Oh well, it's not that bad. Maybe she'll fight it. She did not. Of course, now I can do the anti-stress.
This road cannot be walked alone.
Locking my skills again. One of the more broken things you can do in this with the Jester. It's supposed to be like a one-on-one fight, because only the person can fight like their failures. But if I encore them, they get to go twice. It's like, that's kind of cheating.
Relief comes rarely in these times. Savor it. Emancipation is at hand.
Exaltation.
Unmake this illusion.
Okay. Nice.
A breakthrough.
Do this now, just in case.
Pulse slows. Sanity returns.
Agony by accumulation.
Ooh, super dodge token. That's a little annoying. Yep. Okay. And even if I miss, I think they're still dead.
Squandered.
Face your failures. Uh-huh. That's a pretty big one. With Paracelsus, when she was in school, she thought she was like better than everybody else, smarter. And one day her professor just dies. Like she's like debating the professor in front of all the students, like she knows better than him. Well, it turns out the professor was sick, and he dies. And so she takes his recently deceased body back to wherever and experiments on him and brings him back to life. But it's like he's a zombie, and he's just wailing and screaming in pain. And eventually, she just has to like knife him to death. And she talks about how like she can't forget the sound of the undead. Yeah, I'd say that's a failure.
The enemy weakens and wanes. Incremental, but deadly all the same.
I was scared to use Paracelsus for that because her HP's so low. Oh, by the way, we won. Exaltation.
To destroy the thing is to destroy yourself. But the world will spring anew from the memory you kept of it. Your confession is complete. The cosmic axes are aligned once more. Forgive yourself. Humanity is a weak hypothesis, after all. An unbalanced equation, an imperfect angle. We sow the seeds of our ruin and seek to deny its reckoning. We make mountains of our mistakes, monsters of our misdeeds. We slip and stumble, we fail and we falter. And yet, in each of us, a hopeful light. Holding fast against the hellish shadows that gather between our good intentions. And in each of us, a limitless emptiness. Of a darkest dungeon.
Yay.
The Odyssey strengthens you.
So yeah, this game is kind of about failure and death, but it also has that hope to it. You know, like I feel like a lot of the narrator's lines during the game are fairly hopeful. sometimes. And the ending, it's like, yeah, we won. And also talking about how it's like, forgive yourself for doing this. Humans suck. We're all flawed creatures. Yeah. Like, we're imperfect.
An ocean of emptiness, slowly swallowing the world.
Well. Oh, memories. All right.
Memory
Well, we
is
unlocked
the heart
memories.
that warms the mind.
Hey, let's see if we have anything good. Damien has a choice between 5. We didn't get some of the good ones. What about the 2 that he's missing? Oh, here we go. We have well, I mean, plus 10% stress reduction or resistance is never bad. And honestly, plus 10% debuff resist is also pretty good. Oh, man, you should have seen what happened last time. Last time, I got like the 6th possible worst ones. It was like all the combat chance ones, which are like 20% at the start of combat, which are terrible. And there was like the food one, and it was... Bleh. I mean, you're right. Death resist is not horrible. Especially since he's my tank. And he gets beat up a lot. Ugh. What about my friendly jester man? The reason why I did not take plus 10% stress resistance on Jester is if he's in the party, it's not needed as much. And the only time you're ever guaranteed to have a Jester in the party is if the Jester's in the party. So giving him stress resistance didn't seem as important as everybody else. Because if the Jester isn't in the party, then it's more important. So it's like the one person who it doesn't matter on, kind of. Just so I can give out some memories, I would love to do plus 10% health on Damien, but it is kind of counteracted by the fact that he does damage to himself. I mean, I can always wait to give him HP if I want to. For Boudica, I think this is the best one. Debuff resist is good. Does she miss out on stress resistance? Yes. But I think this might be better. Like all those stupid blind tokens.
When all is lost,
The only thing I kind of regret on her
remember.
a little bit is move resist. Like I said, for Boudica, the build that I use, she needs to be in slot number 1. She gets a bonus in slot number 1, and then a negative in 3 and 4. Like, she doesn't want to be moved. So I think she's one of the few characters who I would put this on. Leper would be one. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else. Like, I mean, move resist on the back row could be decent, but it's just she wants to be in the front at all times. Paracelsus. I kind of don't like any of these for her. Although, what do I give her? Stress resist, favorite toy, which is great. A tough stun resist, which is great. Debuff resist, which is good. What's missing on her? HP would give me like 2. And damage isn't necessary. Crit doesn't do much on her. Like, what else do you give her? I'm not a big fan of these, but... I mean, bleed is probably the most common. Positive banter? Like, I don't know what to give her. Honestly, death resist might not be terrible. She has like 25 health total. A plus 5% death resist might make a difference. And poor Jester. Well, I don't know what to give him either. He has plus 3% crit, positive banter, debuff resist, I guess stun resist, and maybe damage, since I have Bloodthirsty on him. the damage might actually matter more. I kind of want to wait on Damien. I honestly would prefer HP, because I run him as a tank, so HP might be better. And Paracelsus, I'm really not liking these options. I almost want to put this on him. I actually kind of like stress resistance, but just not on him. He's the one character I don't want it on, and everyone else already has it. I guess we just wait to see what we get later. I'm still tempted. Even though he is great for stress reduction, he can't reduce stress. He can only reduce stress every... I'm just going to give it to him. He can only reduce stress every other turn. So it's helpful to have less people have stress. That's fine. I'm going to wait on these though. I would like HP on Damien. I would like damage on Sarmenti just because I have Bloodthirsty on him. And crit chance. And Paracelsus, I have no idea. I just don't like these that much. Maybe this. But it'll always pop up later. Yeah, that was fun. I feel like now I'm just gonna beat some stuff with other characters and unlock their memories.
Warms the mind.
Yeah. Also, I kind of like what's happening with our Jester here. I like that he's supposed to be like a kind of like a secondary DPS and then support, but since he has Bloodthirsty, he actually does like okay damage. I'm gonna lock that in too. Do I think it's the best for him? Probably not. But I like it. I wish I could get Bloodthirsty on my Hellion. Bloodthirsty is fantastic on her. Defiant's still good though. 5% healing every round will keep you alive. The Jinx on Damien is fantastic. Then we get into some of the other characters that I barely use. Sanguine's fine. I got Bloodthirsty on the Occultist, which is great for just killing things. I have the Jinx on my Vestal. She is kind of bulky. Like, I don't think that's that bad. I have Sanguine on Bonnie. I have the Jinx on Crusader, which I think is pretty good. So, again, that's kind of a joke one, which is why I'm going to lock this in later. Again, I don't... Ooh! I've never liked the Jinx on Paracelsus. We don't want her to get hit. I do what I can to stop her from getting hit. If Man-at-Arms is in the party, I might like block her, like block for her. I don't want her to get hit. Sanguine is actually kind of nice. A 1 in 4 chance of losing a stress every round start. This is great if you're running not Jester. I actually like this better on her than the Jinx. Because she doesn't have to get punched in the face to activate it. I think I'm going to do a playthrough, and I'm going to lock in Sanguine on Paracelsus, and I'm going to lock in Bloodthirsty on Sorrenti. Bloodthirsty Jester. I can see it. And I'm always going to be able to look out for Bloodthirsty on... I love Defiant. It's hard to argue to take that off. The only thing I can actually see me taking off Defiant to replace it is Bloodthirsty. Because 30% damage is quite a bit on her. Yeah, this is fun. This is always a game I can pick up and play on stream whenever I want. It's one of those ones where it's like, hey, let's play through a chapter. Maybe we'll make a second team. Maybe we should make a second team that doesn't have any of these 4 characters and see if we can do a Grand Slam with them. I would suspect, even though they're not even in here because they died, I would suspect that Highwayman will be on that team. I will also suspect Men-at-Arms will be on that team. The other 2, I don't know. The Occultist would be great for just backline damage and just blasting things. He has damage plus 10% and Bloodthirsty. Renauld is always good for a tank. I have plus 10% max HP. I have the Jinx on him. So that could be good. Yeah. Maybe Renauld, Highwayman, Men-at-Arms. And really, who cares who the fourth is? Those three, I need someone who's in the back line, which is the easiest to pick from. Because I could do Occultist and just nuke things. Oh, new DLC comes out in a few weeks. Let me guess. Abomination? I don't know what it is. But we've seen some of the old characters as enemies. The only two that I think we haven't seen are Abomination and Shield Maiden. Abomination would be an interesting character. Yeah. Here, let's get out of here.
The road calls once more to its dark passenger.
New sleuth style region. Oh, so it doesn't count. Yeah, it's like a separate region. New game mode. New game mode? Well, that sounds fun. I mean, a new game mode would be great. This game already has a lot of replayability. But new game mode would be great for this.
Study your decline carefully, that you may fully understand its nature. Between semesters, we would spend our days rambling the woods.
And that part's free? I wouldn't mind putting money into DLC in this game. I mean, how much could the DLC possibly be? If it's a new, like, shorter area, a free game mode, and one new character, how much could it be? Like, $10? I'll pay $10 for it. So, what should our new team be? I know this game is all about mixing and matching, but the way that I like to do teams, I like to use everyone once. Kind of, that's just what I do. I like doing that. So if we were to use different people entirely, I like Renauld as a tank.
Metal and man.
Especially since he already has the Jinx.
And sword. Forged in the fires of war.
I'll always like Highwayman. Unfortunately, my Highwayman died, so he doesn't have a good quirk yet, or any memories. So there's that. I would also do... I mean, Men-at-Arms might be overkill, since I have Renauld. But he's so good. Now, Renauld and Men-at-Arms kind of fill the same role. They both have a stress reduction they can share with the team. They both are tanks. Renauld is also good at other stuff. I know people like to play him as support Renauld in the back line. I like putting him in the front. He's a big armored guy. I kind of like him. He has Smite, which is not that bad of a melee attack. He can de-stress himself when they're marked. You have Battle Heal, which heals a target. You have Tenacity, which puts defensive things on yourself and increases your healing you receive. You have Bulwark of Faith, which is a taunt, which is great. I would probably switch out Reap for, where is it? Inspiring Cry. Yeah, I like him as a tank. Yeah, I think I would use a different team with Men-at-Arms, just because they're kind of filling, it's kind of like too much of the same role. Can he be in slot 2? 2, all 2. Yes, he can. Which means I can put someone right in the front if I want to. So, who else should I put on the team? I'm thinking Occultist, but honestly, Occultist and Highwayman are both fantastic backline damage dealers. Again, they kind of fill the same role. I would love it, but I'm thinking maybe they could go on a different team. Like, Men-at-Arms and Occultist could be their own team. I would probably put the runaway on that team for the synergy with what's his face's healing. So who else do I use with this team? I don't want to use the Duelist. I haven't even unlocked all their stuff yet. So what are our options? Vestal, Leper, Grave Robber. Vestal's not bad. I said I haven't found a team that I could use her on yet. Maybe it's this one. All the stuff I like to give her can be used in 3 or 4. And she has the Jinx as well. I mean, if she gets hit, that's cool. I almost kind of want to run her in slot 2 because she's very bulky. I think the Vestal's honestly a pretty good, like, frontliner. But I like the Consecrations. They can be used from anywhere. But unfortunately, her best heal cannot. Now, I could give up that heal. We don't necessarily need it. Renault has a backup heal. I could do my Consecrations. And also do Hand of Light for a self-buff, a defensive thing. And I could do Mace Bash. I could do that. And put her in slot number 2. I think she actually works quite well in slot number 2. Maybe not as a Seraph. But what do we have in here? Front rank role focused on party defense. Rank flexible role that specializes in debuffs and token removal. So this is the upfront one. So what does this do exactly? You gain a token when you're hit. You gain a token when you're crit, sometimes. And you also enhanced stuns and move resist. Alright. What do these affect? Hand of Light. So what's the difference? 2 to 3 damage, crit 5%. Self, those 2 tokens, self, it's the same. But why does it say this one affects it? Three to 4, random adjacent ally defensive token. Oh, okay, so this gives random adjacent ally an offensive token. This gives them a defensive token. That makes sense. What about Mantra? In this case, Mantra can only be used in the back, or it hits both back. For heal 30%, remove all Consecration tokens. But in Chaplain, it self-heals you. Okay. And if you have 2 tokens, it's 10% more. If you have 3 tokens, it's minus stress. Heroes with the cover will also receive 50% of these effects. Okay. Ministrations. Remove a ton of stuff. 30% resistance per token type removed. What does it normally do? It's the same. It's just this can be used in the front. Okay. And Sanctuary. Self 2 defensive tokens, and you target someone and they defend them, they cover them. And when you're covering them, that means Mantra, whoever they're covering, will get half the effect of the heal. That's kind of cool. I kind of like that synergy. It's just, I really like the Consecrations. I think they're very powerful. I kind of like them. And I can still use them in slot number 2. So the only difference is this class is in slot number 2, and you can cover someone and heal yourself and half heal the person you're covering. Or you can run Seraph in slot number 2, get your Consecrations. You don't have the ability to guard someone. You can't use Mantra. But you can use Mace Bash. I can still use Divine Comfort if I want to. I kind of want to do this. I like the idea of a tank. But this little symbol affects that, whereas this, well, if actually that's a good point. What does this help do? For this, it does more damage, and you can ignore certain effects. And that's it. Okay. Whereas this will make Mantra heal more. I don't know. Which one should I go with? I mean, this does say back rank support, which means some things only work in the back, which makes her being in slot number 2 weird. I can try Chaplain. Yeah, I can try Chaplain. And I will use Hand of Light as just a basic attack and also buffing. I can also use Mace Bash to, just, again, do more damage. I can then do Mantra. I can then do Sanctuary to cover. And I can do Ministrations to take off a bunch of negative stuff. Okay. The problem is, Mantra's my only heal, but it only works on the person I'm covering. That's not bad, though. Yeah. I don't mind trying something new. I use Seraph all the time for Consecrations. Why not use this? So essentially, I'm going to use this and this to do damage. I'm going to use this to cover somebody, use this to self-heal and half-heal them. I can also heal more and reduce stress on both if I have enough tokens. Okay, we'll try it. Aw, what if I also use Paracelsus and then we can be the original team?
Stains the surgeon's
Although I think it
hand.
has to do this. Get better. The usual suspects. Yep. And there's Red Hook. Thing is, though, I'm not going to be in that order. We're going to be in a weird order. Alright, so who goes in the back? It's not going to be Occultist because he fills the same role. The problem is, who's left to go in the back row? Grave Robber?
Avarice slips unseen into the catacombs of the mind.
Yeah. Yeah, Grave Robber. And for this build, I would probably go with her crit build. Probably. Yeah. Now, for crit build, what will we do here? 50% crit chance when the target is marked. Can we mark with anybody? Does anybody have a mark ability? I wouldn't do any of the move stuff. Keep it simple. Which means Dead of Night, Absinthe. I guess a little Plague over... No. We don't have anyone who does Plague on the team, and let's just go with Pick to the Face. Yeah. This also increases crit chance by using it, yes. Does anyone have the capability of marking? When target is marked, you can't mark either, can you? No. Can you mark? Can I think we're running a build that requires someone to mark, because without the mark, Grave Robber can't do more crit stuff, which is what she's supposed to do, and the Crusader can't anti-stress himself. I think we need someone who can mark. Can any of this mark at all? Point blank shot can mark, but I can only use it once at the beginning of a fight. Tracking shot marks, but I feel like it's a waste of time for him to use it. Okay, this team is not going to work because we need someone who can mark. Otherwise, it's kind of a waste. I feel like the synergy's not quite there without someone who can The Grave Robber definitely needs somebody who can mark to get the most out of her crits. She needs to be on a mark team. Honestly, Grave Robber and Occultist would be decent, because I know the Occultist can mark. Yeah, I mean, if we're running Highwayman and Crusader as like the core of the group, he doesn't need marking. He only needs marking for a bonus thing. It's just, I think Grave Robber requires a mark, and we don't have it. That's okay. Pistol shot. That just in case I need to actually attack something that's not at range. Yeah, I think for this build, we require mark, and we just can't do it. So let's not put her in there. Without her being involved, doesn't need mark. Could use mark to anti-stress himself, but it's not that big of a deal. Who is the best marker in the game? I know the Occultist. Yeah, Abyssal Artillery has a chance of marking, increased when I level it up. Demon Pull guarantee marks. Burning Stars also marks. Yeah. If I wanted to use Weakening Curse, it also marks. Kind of a waste of bloodthirsty DPS build, but I mean, you just have a chance to mark. That could be a good setup with that could be the back row for another team. Plague Doctor, Occultist, Man-at-Arms, Leper. Maybe. I could just do this. Plague Doctor's always good, but I just want to use a different team. Yeah, I don't think Grave Robber is good with that build unless she has a marker. I mean, I could just go overkill on damage.
One must embrace it.
I just think that him and Plague Doctor and Runaway would be a great combination with Men-at-Arms. The marking, the critting, the cauterizing on top of the healing, and then Men-at-Arms does everything else. I think that's a good team. So I kind of want to save them for that. But then who do I put back there? I don't have anybody to put in the back row. Screw it. Plague Doctor's good. I'm using 3 different characters. Plus, this is the original team. They're not in the right places, but that's what makes it interesting. Yeah, this could be fun. Just turn 1, I point blank shot that knocks me back 2, and that's where the fight starts in the normal layout. That also does mark, so I can get 1 stress reduction on somebody potentially every combat. That pushes him back. You are like pure tank. You're also tank. Maybe I shouldn't have 2 tank people. I don't know. I am kind of running like 2 tank low DPS characters. Maybe not the best combination. If I did do that and put her back on Seraph, I would run Judgment and then both my Consecrations, Divine Grace, and probably Divine Comfort just to do even more healing. And then now I can put someone in slot 2, which could probably be the Leper. I really don't like the Leper.
Essence of existence.
I think the Leper also requires a mark team because he can ignore blind tokens when an opponent's marked. I don't think that's a great addition to the team. I mean, there's always Men-at-Arms, but that's just overkill. Again, I think Men-at-Arms, Occultist, Grave Robber, and Runaway might be a decent team together. That leaves the Leper. All right, Leper. Let me see what you can do here. A role that trades health and speed for focused power and resistance. Defensive one. And this, I never use that one. I guess we'll do Tempest. Sure. Again, marking would be nice, so I can avoid his stupid blinds, but oh well. This affects Chop, that's all it does. It only makes Chop. That makes Chop good. 8 to 18? That's pretty good. So what else does Tempest Leper do besides Chop? I can be in slot 1 if I have to be. Crusader can run in slot 2. We don't need Withstand unless I want to off-tank a little bit. Obviously, I need Solemnity and Reflection. I feel like any build needs that. We could do... Let's see here. Break would ignore a defensive token. Bash locks him in place and also locks the target and stuns. If I run him in slot 1, that would be good. I don't know what this character does. Besides just smack, I guess that's what it does. It smacks things with Chop. Target knockback 3. Clear corpses. Alright, I'm going to attempt to run... Bash, Purge, and then these two. This could be a terrible build for all I know, but I'm going to try it. He is here to chop things. That's what he does. He can run... Well, no. He needs to be in... Yeah, for Purge. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know what I'm doing with this character. We'll do this. We'll use Point Blank Shot to knock them forward. Ronald is still our tank. Leper is our DPS up front. You do your consecrations and healing, and Highwayman hits the back line. This is going to be a weird team for me. I still think that Men-at-Arms, Grave Robber, and then these two could be a decent team as well. But I kind of want to try this. I'm sure it won't end terribly. Yeah. All right, so we have a choice. I can do chapter 1 with this team tonight,
Is yours to
or we
craft,
can do something else.
but you are not alone.
I'm not sure what else, though. It's a Saturday. It was going to be kind of random. We could do... I was going to say we could do a build in Stellaris. We could... I don't know. I kind of want to just play this with this team.
The winds whip more harshly on the far side of the brook. The bulwark of your denial is giving way.
As far as I know, that is the only way we can mark. Which means at least we get to use it once. Consecration of Light. Oh, that's right. Debuff resist actually plays a part in whether he gets the mark or not. So debuff resist would be a great memory to put on him. Too bad his court is terrible. Maybe we can replace that.
on to the next. A simple variable.
All right.
Easily resolved.
I mean, the leper is essentially a Hellion that has the potential to do more damage up close, but doesn't have the ability to hit the back row. However, Highwayman can hit the back row pretty hard. I feel like overall, without having Iron Swan and Plague Doctor, we do less damage to the fourth slot. But I feel like this team does more damage to the front two, which could have its own benefits.
Push on to the inn. Rest and resupply await you. Rest tonight. Under the mountain's unblinking gaze.
All right, well, I would love to level up Point Blank Shot, but I only use it once per fight. It kind of makes it a hard sell to level up immediately. I'm going to level up Chop because it's like the one thing you do. I'm going to level up Bulwark of Faith because you're tanking and that's the one thing you do. And then Junia. Well, my Consecrations, because it's kind of all she does. I'm going to level up Great Blast Shot. It'll just be for more damage in the back line. My next priorities will be probably Point Blank Shot. Maybe Reflection. Probably Smite, just for extra melee damage up front. And then I don't know. Judgment, just so I do more damage if I need it. Sure.
Conventional fare, but fairly priced.
Hey, let's actually get the thing this time. I'm using a different team, so I'll take the help. How are we on stress reduction? Like, Renauld can do stress reduction if he has to. He can target someone and lose 2 stress on them. And if I level it up, he can also lose a stress on himself when he uses it. I don't think anybody else has any stress reduction for the team. Leper can stress reduce himself. So these two can reduce their own stress, and he can reduce these 2 stress in a pinch. But because of that, I will still buy some laudanum. Just to carry it around. Okay, run some laudanum. Let's go ahead and do this. And hey, let's remember to install this time.
A new variable in the equation of your fate.
Do I want to buy a stagecoach item? Chance to produce explosives? Eh. I do like the stew. Yeah, let's get some stew going. That's the wrong place.
Any advantage is a good thing.
We have a leper thing. Break skills. Cannot gain defensive token for 2 rounds. Gain when hit. Remove. Yeah, sure. I mean, we're going to visit a hospital, so I'm not getting this either.
Resignation and death.
I want to,
This land is truly.
do I want to, is there anything I want to lock in? Now that I think about it. Oh, I want to lock in Bloodthirsty on my Jester. I didn't bring him with me, but I need to remember that. Lock in Bloodthirsty on Jester. And probably Sanguine on Plague Doctor.
War. Rewards only.
Not locking that in. Yeah, both of you have the Jinx. They both have Thick-Blooded. Ew. We're going to be going to the academic studies. I know I mentioned I don't feel like we get a lot of, like, top-tier quirks from them, but it's a way to actually get quirks. So I feel like we should prioritize that. Which means I can go straight or I can go right. Let's go straight. Oh, the creature den. That's usually a free mastery point. Well, I'm already blinded. But because of point blank shot stuff, this person is marked, which means he can ignore it. Yep. That's a big hit. Once again, Leper would probably do better on a team that can mark more often. But I'll take advantage of it when I can. I at least get the one. Eh. God, that's a lot of damage. Again, he can definitely hit things. It's just the blind token messes it up a little bit. Stress production.
One less obstacle in our path.
Not bad. That was pretty good. Imagine if I had the Occultist instead of the Vestal. We'd be doing so much damage.
Well-worn relics.
But damn, I wanted to bring her along. Healing received from skills. Renald, I suppose. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to lock... technically, I don't have to lock skills in. Like, when we get to the end, if I don't give Highwayman or Renald a memory, they'll be a different person. Which is honestly not that bad. Because it'll reset their quirks. One of the best ways to just shuffle through quirks is to just beat Chapter 1. And don't give them memories. Well. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the new DLC then. Maybe we'll pick this back up on like a Saturday stream when the DLC comes out. We can try that new Kingdom mode. I wonder how it plays. Kind of curious now. Alright, well, we don't want Renald there. You know, as much as I used to have the Jinx on Leper, because I used him as a tank, I almost want to get, like, Bloodthirsty on him, or Breacher, or something, and then use him as just a damage dealer. Maybe that's the better way to play him. I don't know why I did that. My immediately was like, oh, dodge token, I'll hit the second one. Oh, I already killed the second one, that's right. It's alright. We can afford some mess ups. Would you stop doing that? Unfortunately, this is where the Leper is essentially useless. I can't hit 2 or 3. I can do this. That way he can do something next turn. If they're still alive. By doing that, it does make the Highwayman less effective. I can see why like this synergy is not the greatest, because by doing that, I made it so the leper can now hit them, but Highwayman can now not use his best thing, his grape shot. So I can see these two being like maybe not the best two to put together. Now, if I was running Rogue Highwayman with the combination of like the thrust move that makes him go forward and then point blank shot, that would work. So maybe Rogue Highwayman's better with Leper, but I'd have to run Highwayman in slot 2. So it'd be like Leper, Highwayman, and then just 2 backline characters. Oh, I'm probably going to trigger a... Well, actually. Interesting. Bash doesn't trigger a blind token. I mean, it doesn't do a lot of damage, but it's something. It also locks me in slot number 1, which is good.
In our path.
I was kind of hoping it wouldn't be spiders. They're great at stunning, yep. And making me lose all my turns. Okay, thank you for just critting me constantly. Now, the Jinx also has a 1 in 4 chance of marking, so that's good. But I can't ignore the dodge tokens. Well, dodge tokens everywhere.
Mistimed, as directed.
That's an annoying move. Stress reduction. Little extra healing, even though it probably won't do much.
A simple solution.
Not bad. Not bad.
Though unpleasant in the extreme. This work is noble.
It's just nice to have different people on the team for once. I would rename the characters, but once you give them a memory, you can't. Which technically does mean that Dismas and Bernal could be renamed. Oh, no. Dismas and Baldwin. I'll just keep the names.
Tangled trails, whisper of torment.
Oh, you already have a disease. The oozes. You know. All right, we have combat item or liquors. Liquors. Yep, I love these. They're -3 stress at the end, and they give you at least like a +2 to relationship. I think it's like +2 to +4. Those are great. Oh, and we're going to the Oasis as well. Not terrible. Gotta kill you.
Excellent work.
God, I started with 2 blind tokens. That's a bit much.
Agony by accumulation.
Stress release. Renault is taking a bit of a beating. Condition blocked. He's like 2 HP above a third. Huh? Nice.
A righteous action.
I'll just kill them before they res somebody. They're pretty useless in the front. I'm not even sure if they can use their res ability in the front. Smack. Eeny, meeny, it doesn't matter. Stress release. Okay, I'm kind of liking it. I feel like Junior's not doing much, but it's a Vestal. I mean, she'll matter when someone's on low health. Do we want items? Yes, we do. Ooh. We can get the items and lose 1 stretch. Sure, why not? Got everything.
Scavenge what you can, and be off once more.
Let's see here. You can take that. You can have 1. And I'll give you this. Kind of want the cash. Everyone wants to go to the Hoarder, huh? I don't need to go to the hospital unless I want to get rid of something. That's whatever. That's kind of annoying. Okay. I'll just go straight.
The unknown awaits. Be wary.
We're gonna have 2 loathing. This will get rid of 1 of them.
Resigned to the end of things.
Do we steal their money?
Death.
Do we fight?
And
Steal their money? No.
they wait.
For some reason, I thought we were at the other thing. Yeah, we steal the zombies' money. Do we run and lose money? Do we fight? Or do we fight? We fight. Relationships are not looking fantastic, but I can fix it. That's perfectly fine. He has the HP to take it. Even when Leper is not in tank mode, he's still pretty tanky.
reality writ large.
I would like to kill the drummer before he does his suicide thing. Doesn't make it easy. I have no damage over time, so I can't just like blight him once and let him die over time. That's a little annoying. Oh, nobody's marked. I can do that though. Oh, come on. It's like the one damage over time I had. Okay. Uh-oh, somebody doesn't have a blind token on. And overkill time. Yep.
Sweet reprieve. Until the next.
Okay, I mean, I'm kind of liking the team. I wish we had more ways to mark for stress reduction and ignoring blind tokens. Other than that, I like it.
Supplies this way, if you can make it.
Right, let's get our one big hit in. Boom. Might have been invisible, but if you hit the back line with like an AoE attack, it doesn't care. All right, no more horror.
A lesson taught is a lesson learned. In this weighty gloom, a spark.
Okay, let's see what items we get from the cache. We pretty much have no trinkets right now. That would be nice, even if they're kind of meh.
The Wainwright awaits, eager to ply his
Ooh,
trade.
I saw a pig. Big is good. We have death resist plus 20% for a region, blight resist. Got some stew, which is pretty good. All right, we have one of those. Unfortunately, I don't have a single trinket that go. Oh no, this is considered armor. Oh, okay. More HP for you. It's like a wrestling belt. I didn't think that would count as armor. Sure, it protects like 5% of your body.
The loathing howls.
Alright, what can we do? Well, I can get rid of the oozes. I can also... I don't mind having low speed on Crusader. He's already slow. This is annoying.
We need not be defined by our shortcomings.
This could be very annoying. But if an ally is dying, I have worse things than this happening, so. I am not locking in. I wish this had the ability to get, like, you maybe had the ability to, like, purchase quirks, or, like, just take, like, a random one. They inject you with something, and it's like, here's a quirk. Because I would like to lock these guys in at the end, but not with Thick-Blooded. Like I said, one of the easiest ways to go through quirks and to find one to lock in is honestly, you start the game at Chapter 1, you go past the first inn, and then you die. Make sure your team has nothing to lose. Like, they're the ones that have no memories, no locked-in quirks or anything. And then when you go back to the beginning, they have different quirks again. That's how I kind of like fish for good ones. Of course, once you get down to only 3 people, you can't really do that because you're gonna kill someone who has a locked-in quirk. So it works until you end up with like 3 characters left. And then you just play the game, and those 3 will just constantly have different quirks. So unless we get a very good memory for them, which I feel like for Highwayman would be crit or damage. Crit or damage is great on him. And Leper, definitely HP or damage. Either one. I mean, you play over time, quirks could just kind of appear.
A trivial worriment.
Well, I can't do anything from here, so tenacity it is.
Messy, but effective.
We are definitely not getting a lot of trinket drops. There's actually a few trinkets that work well on Leper because he's so slow. Get those ones that give positive benefits to being like less than 2 speed. Good on him. Unfortunately, I could have hit the marked one. Oh well. Not a big deal.
Stupendous.
Having only one person that can hit the back line is a little annoying, but he hits so hard that I think it's fine. Plus, I can always do this. It's like a backup. Oh, I was going to hit you to get my stress down, but I can't. You know, I'm kind of liking the leper with his debuff. I guess I think I'm just getting lucky. Yeah, because I chose this path, I'm getting a 33 to debuff resist, which makes him less likely to get his blind tokens. I normally run the tank version, which yes, the whole point of him is not to do damage; it's to tank things. But he got blind tokens all the time. I couldn't hit anything.
Hold fast.
I mean, a tank still needs to be able to do some damage. I kind of overlooked the fact that the more damaging version of him, has a thing where he gets less of them. That's good. Yeah. And the cool thing is, Leper is still pretty tanky in this mode, and I believe you can even give him a move that gives him, yeah, you can use Intimidate in the front on the front line. It gives him taunt tokens. He can still kind of off tank, or he could probably tank for a party, considering how bulky he is anyway. If he didn't want to have to run like an actual tank. Yep. On the off chance I get a crit, execution will kill him.
Sweet reprieve. Until the next test
Tokens?
is put before you.
Crappy tokens. If stained item is equipped, plus 50% damage, minus HP. You know what? You know what? I kind of like this on my Highwayman. Yes, I'm down to 23 HP, but 50% damage is nice. I could also put it on the Leper. He would lose a little more HP because of it, but he would hit very hard. I prefer to put it on him, though, because he'll be in third slot, which is a little harder to hit. Yeah. Still, though, I definitely don't dismiss the idea of putting that on the Leper for just amazing damage. But now I can just nuke the back line in like 2 turns. Maybe 1. All right, let's get these relationships going.
Lower your guard.
Baldwin gets Tracker. Dismas gets
He just
tuckered
sits
out.
here.
Apparently he's an infant now. Yeah, see, we got Tracker. Also something I don't like. So there's no reason to lock that in either. Pig. Pig is good. You and Junior don't get along. Now you kind of do. You and Baldwin also really don't get along that well. Anything below 10 or 11? No. Okay. Stew. What do we
Precious
have?
relics remind us of a time before the end.
Wow. That's a lot of stagecoach items. For turning that in, we got combat item prices lowered and in-item prices lowered. Okay.
Something to ease the rigors of the road.
Not bad. Combat items. Nothing I really like. Trinkets. Since we're so low on trinkets, I'm going to buy this. We could also, these are like half off. We should probably buy something in here too. Sure.
A sound investment in roads.
I'm going to be making flapjacks and stew. I don't need both. In fact, no, that's just going to be annoying.
Experimentation. Your academic instincts serve you well.
Drink. Only one negative. Drink. No, that one was worse. Look at some of these numbers we already have. 13 is the lowest. Like pig combined with wine, combined with a bunch of good, like it's just, look at this. These numbers are already great. Let's do Junior and Renaud. Already fed you.
Experience, however painful, is the greatest teacher of all.
Yeah, we'll make her damage a little better. Her one damaging move. We'll make it passable.
Your coach must be maintained.
I'm not gonna
carry you where
equip
you must go. The provinces and cantrevs of our land crumbling.
All right, how many positive relationships do we have? 4. Don't use it. I use it once per fight.
Tried and tested.
Don't use it at all.
To be counted on.
I use that sometimes. I use that at least once a fight. I don't even have that equipped. And then I use that once a fight, and I don't have that equipped. All right, well, little hit or miss.
Behold, the great cities of man.
No reason to go to the hospital. I have no quirks I want to lock in.
And a flame.
Unfortunately. I would love for one of them to get a quirk worth locking in. Now, again, one of the better ways to at least get some of them is those altars. I don't see a single one. So maybe we'll get lucky. Oh, we got it. Well, hey. It probably won't be that great of a quirk, but... I never understood why sometimes characters go first that are slower. If speed is supposed to dictate when they go first, how does how does she ever beat Dismas out on going first? Because now it kind of messes this up. Well, it's not that bad. Point blank shot. Instant death.
On to the next.
Not a big deal. No, they both have dodge tokens. Doesn't matter. Renaud doesn't care. This does 4 to 8, and this does 5 to 7. This has a better chance of critting. This is I think this is still slightly better than pistol, even if it's just one target. You're guaranteed to do like 1 more damage, and it has a better chance of critting. Now, when I level up pistol shot, that's better, but haven't done that yet. Goodbye.
They falter, so press your advance.
Also, move resist would be pretty good on Leper. Debuff resist is amazing on Leper. I mean, that's 10% more of a chance we don't get blind tokens. Leper has some great memories to pick from. Debuff resist, move resist, maybe. HP is good on him. The damage is good on him. Because he does such high damage and has decent HP no matter what you're on. Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? It'd be like damage, HP, debuff resist, maybe move resist. Okay. Unfortunately, the two people that need quirks don't have a chance of getting one. Now, Junia does have Jinx, but I really don't like that on her unless I want to run her as a frontliner, which I obviously am not doing. If I can find something better for a backline character, sure. It's not going to be that. Spotter. Nope. Wait, what is generous again? Oh, that's bad. I mean, yeah, Jinx is good. And if I ran her as her more defensive version, I'd probably like it better. Even something like Sanguine, I'd be fine with. Just not having to deal with stress is very good. All our setup turns. And next turn, we destroy. Once again, I think this is still slightly better. Yeah, just because of the crit. Yeah, I mean, this team is killing pretty effectively. Wow, all right.
Greater threats await those who dare.
Another chance to get a quirk, perhaps. We have Leave, and we have Trinket, with possible quirk.
Amidst the spoils,
Faceless.
an artifact of unparalleled power.
Each enemy on round start, shuffle. Each hero on combat start, shuffle. So it shuffles the enemy every turn, but shuffles us at the start of combat. I really don't like that. If I had a more maneuverable team, sure. Also, I forgot to put this on somebody. There you go. Yeah, I'm not using that. If I was playing a team of, like, Rogue, Highwayman, Grave Robber, Duelist, like people that can move around a lot, sure. Wow, we all want to go this way, don't we? Man, all right. Since it's unanimous, I'll go this way. Even though I never get anything good out of these, I always get negative relationships and crappy items.
Desperate and wanting.
We have
Their earnest
steal an item. We have steal their crappy food. Or we have help them, and we get... Oh, scouting. Scouting's good. That way we don't have to go to the tower next. We can just go somewhere else. Another potential quirk.
The road ahead is washed out and strewn with rocks. Mind the wheels.
All right, so here's a question for anybody. And I think I have a weird answer for it. Like, what is, right now, the one game that you're waiting to come out? Like, when you think of, like, when someone's like, hey, what's your most anticipated game coming out within the next year, probably? Like, what is it? I have a weird answer. Once again, I could go for getting a quirk on Dismas, but it's not guaranteed. But, well, I am fishing for a quirk on you, I guess, a little bit. Nope. Nope. All right, where am I going? Let's go. A lot of fighting this way. But, yeah, let's go this way. Our team is pretty efficient at killing quickly. Hey, you know what we didn't find in Chapter 5 that was nice? Death. We didn't find death. Kind of, we didn't find any of the, like, the random, like, super boss things. The Collector, the one that came with the Crusader DLC, the, like, the big general guy. Nothing. Summon Julie. Not, hey, she was here. Well, she was here for the boss fight, that's why. Death can't appear during the big boss fight at the end, so... Did I get a disease? I did not. I think it might have said resistant disease. Eh. Hi, Remnant. How you like our new team we're using right now?
But deadly all the
It's kind of fun. Two of our characters don't have any good quirks to lock in, but... Would you stop hitting him?
agony by accumulation.
He's already super stressed out. Leave him alone.
Early results are encouraging.
Boom. That was a big hit. That was a big hit. Yeah. Like we have tank, heavy DPS, like then long range, and then like support character.
In this world, wealth is worthless without purpose.
We don't have any damage over time, which kind of sucks. Damage over time is great against bosses because they get to go multiple times. And every time they go, you trigger the damage over time. So it usually does more damage than any like one attack would do in one turn. Usually. Do we fight? Do we fight or do we fight? Oh, I don't think I've ever seen this. It's the two big punchy guys. I don't think I've ever seen this enemy comp. Wow. I'm just gonna, yeah. That was something. Now, to be fair, that was a crit, and I do have this combo on, where I'm doing 50% extra damage, but I have low health. I normally don't do that much. Weak punch. Weak punch, even though I keep getting moved. Stop. Well. Oh, perfect. I was going to move him back anyway. Thank you. Look at our stress. Like, he can de-stress himself, so can Renauld. Dismiss is critting so much. His stress is at 1. And our vessel doesn't hardly ever get hit.
Lethality writ large.
Nice.
The loathing whispers.
All right, so what's next? The Hoarder or the stupid Surgeon's Table? I am not a fan of that fight. How much money do we have? Good amount. Yeah, I don't want to go to the Surgeon. Well, or I could go this way. And then, let's just go this way. Hey, Remnant, didn't you see Sonic again? I think you mentioned in Sen's chat, like a day or two ago, you were going to see Sonic again. I have not seen any of the Sonic movies. I should. I grew up on Sonic. I didn't have Mario growing up. I had a Sega Genesis. I had Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, Sonic and Knuckles, Sonic Spinball, unfortunately. I had Sonic 1 and 2 for Game Gear, which are different games. And I've heard they're actually good. Like, why am I not watching a character I grew up with and knowing they're actually, like, not horrible?
A bit of comfort on the road to damnation.
Which would you say is the best one?
The worst kind of parasite. Opportunists.
Capitalists. I love that I can just kill a person on the very first turn with him. Again, it's because of that setup I have, but still. Alright, we're doing some setup, and then we just attack. Oh, I should have gone for the easy kill. No, that works.
Messy, but effective.
There's a way to get a character to attack a rogue they can't normally attack. The good relationship counterattack thing. That defies it. Oh, goodbye. Just big sword. I have to say, I'm enjoying the leper in this role. I definitely overlooked the debuff resist that he gets with this role. Like, just playing him as a tank, I just couldn't help but notice he was blind like every turn. This is like every other turn, which is way better. Alright, we're not fighting the boss. I don't know how this team would fare against the boss. I don't want to chance it.
And with it, the remains of philosophy, reason,
and insight.
I will say, as like a personality thing, I kind of like this team better. I like Renauld, classic Crusader character from the first game. The Leper is actually, like, in my opinion, one of the few good people on the team. Like, everyone on this team has done some messed up stuff. This actually might be, if you take out Highwayman and put in... Who would you put in? Like, Crusader guy is just, he's killed a lot of people, but it was like for an actual reason, not just power gain or money gain or just you're a murderer. At least it was like a soldier thing. And the Leper only killed people that were planning on really killing him and meaning to like take over the kingdom for power. And then the Vestal was just defending herself against a bunch of like cultists, basically. The Highwayman here is the only one who's like an actual murderer. And he is. I'm trying to think, like, who is the fourth character that's like the least bad and put on a team? It might take me a bit.
Steady yourself.
I'm still thinking. I've never done the Duelist story, so I can't comment on her. The Man-at-Arms isn't horrible. It's just he fought for a position of power that he didn't deserve, and he got it in a way that he didn't deserve it. And then when he was in a position of power and authority on the battlefield, his entire team died because he didn't know what he was doing. He wanted the power for power's sake, and it cost
A simple variable,
a bunch of people their lives.
easily resolved.
So while he didn't directly cause a lot of murder, he still vied for power, and it cost people their lives. Now we're good.
In crisis, no
I mean,
gain
you could
can
argue Paracelsus isn't that bad. I mean, she was arrogant, and then she brought her old dead professor back to life, and then had to kill him again. But he was already dead. Like, it wasn't like she murdered him to have a corpse to experiment on. He was already dead. As far as, like, things go in this game, I don't think that's that bad. It's not that bad.
Pity a soul so twisted by despair.
Fight, or leave. We fight. Every time. Oh, to answer my own question, the game I'm looking forward to the most within like the next year probably, there is a Ninja Turtles game coming out. There's been a lot of Turtles games coming out recently. For whatever reason. There is a Turtles game coming out that's like XCOM. It's literally like grid-based, move in a grid, and turn-based, like XCOM, or Final Fantasy Tactics, or Fire Emblem. That sounds like a lot of fun. I will 100% be getting that.
Elementary.
I mean, out of the Turtles games I've played, they got a pretty good track record. Like, I grew up on the Game Boy games. The first game is very simple, but it's fun. The second game is actually pretty good. The third game I never finished, but it's a Metroidvania game, which is actually pretty ambitious for a Game Boy game. As far as, like, taking the license of Ninja Turtles and slapping it into a game,
Steady yourself.
they haven't really been cash grabs, right? Like, they've actually been pretty decent. A lot of different genres, too. I mean, beat-em-ups are obvious, but you have that Hades game. You're going to have that XCOM game. I mean, there's some decent stuff in there. A Metroidvania game on Game Boy.
Continues.
I will say, I have played a bad Turtles game. And no, it is not the NES game. I actually kind of like that game. It is the Out of the Shadows arcade game on Xbox.
Greater threats await those who dare.
It had a lot of potential, but it was severely broken. Like, it's a very buggy game. It had a lot of potential with, like, team attacks. It was a 3D side-scroller beat-em-up, and you had, like, a bunch of team attack ideas, but it was just such a buggy mess. So yes, I have played a bad Turtles game. It's called Out of the Shadows. It was a 360, I believe, era arcade game. It would have been okay. Like, it was boring, but it would have been okay if it wasn't just so buggy. It could have come off as just like a nice, somewhat generic Turtles game.
The mind's grasp grows tenuous.
Oh, I've played another Turtles game that wasn't the best. They did a somewhat 3D remake of Turtles in Time, which I think was only on the 360 marketplace. That is also not very good. It's an example of them trying to remaster or remake a game, and it ends up being worse. The 3D effect of it just wasn't good at all. It kind of messed with like the hitboxes and made for weird fights. And it just wasn't as appealing to look at. It went from being this nice, like, nostalgic pixel art kind of game to just being this, like, soulless 3D look to it. It was fun to play because it was the only option I had. Now I have the Cowabunga collection, which comes with two versions of Turtles in Time. The arcade version and the SNES version. So, Turtles in Time Reshelled is now the worst version of that game available. I still have it. It was delisted, like a lot of Turtles games were. I still have it on my account. See, that's not surprising. A lot of Turtles games get delisted. I think it's because of the rights. The rights keep bouncing around to different companies. Like, the original Turtles arcade game was on 360. It has been delisted for years. I have that too. Also, the X-Men arcade game and the Simpsons arcade game have also been delisted. I have those on there too. Sadly, it's the only way I can play them. Unless you want to get into, like, emulating arcade games. It's sad. The only way to play the X-Men arcade game, as far as I know, besides finding an actual cabinet of it, is either emulating it or having it on the 360 marketplace. Kind of sad. I hate when games get delisted. For instance, I like Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2. They're like, to me, they're like just classic fun games to play. They are delisted on Steam. I can never have them on Steam. And that's a shame because the PC version of the games has a lot of mods. Apparently there's a very big mod community for it, where they replace a bunch of characters with other characters. Like you can have like different Marvel characters in the game. But I can never have it on Steam, so. I'm trying to think what games I have that are delisted. Binary Domain, I believe, might have been delisted on Steam. I have that. Alpha Protocol, a game that's kind of like Mass Effect 1, but like more modern day spy stuff that was made by Obsidian. That was delisted. The 2 Transformers games, War and Fall of Cybertron, delisted. I have those. Just, it sucks when things get delisted. Yep. Yeah, I can actually see that too. Them just being like, no. Like, hey, we should fix this. We should fix all these bugs. Dude, people hate this game. It's probably not worth the time. Sure. Sure. There you go. Don't need that. Relationships. 2020, 29, Julia and our leper. Okay. We, for the first time in a while, have all 20s. It's pretty impressive considering this is chapter 1 and you have less opportunities to do that.
Listen. Practice. Improve.
Wicked Slice. Pistol Shot. Look how I only gave him Chop. It's all he needs. What else do you need besides Chop? I could do Solemnity for more healing, self-healing. But since we're on chapter 1 with the Easy Flame on, like it wasn't needed. Like what else do you need besides just Chop? I'll do this. A little more heal over time.
Each improvement.
But yeah, it's just a shame when things get delisted and they're fun. Like, I like Alpha Protocol. I think Alpha Protocol was a fine game. It was not... when it was released, people complained that it wasn't like a finished game. It was kind of like a double A game. But it was also only $40 new. Like, it wasn't a full price game. It knew what it was. They didn't attempt to charge $60 for like an okay game. I think that's cool. But yes, if you can find it, Alpha Protocol is a fun game. I actually streamed it once and never went back to it. I need to do it on stream. I think it's actually worth doing.
Tried and tested.
For some reason, I just never went back to it. I don't know why. All right. Wow, this is actually a bunch of stuff I use. Okay. Those War of Cybertron and Fall of Cybertron games are also very good. They are very fun.
At last,
the multiplayer was great. It's actually, I think, a 3-player co-op game, which is weird. Also, the multiplayer PvP was a lot of fun. It died very quickly, unfortunately. I had fun with it. I'm pretty sure I got all the achievements in it, and that required like max level of all 4 classes. I enjoyed it.
The beautiful illusion.
There's also Transformers Devastation, which you can tell is definitely based on the cartoon more. That game was fun too. I think the other ones are better, but it was okay. I mean, the Transformers are just such a good premise for a video game. Come on. Robots that shoot guns, but can also transform into, like, vehicle mode things. Like, that's a recipe for a pretty good game, you would think. All right, I'm already at 5 stress. Awesome. Luckily, again, this character is good at dealing with his own stress.
A brilliant conclusion.
Well, I can't hit anything because it's cloaked, so... You know what game I really want to stream at some point that I keep, like, not doing for some reason? Midnight Suns. Basically, it's XCOM Marvel with a card battle system, like a deck builder system. I've heard the story's kind of fun too. So many games to play. So many games to play. I did mention earlier, like, next week, I'm starting 2 new games. I'm going to be doing Romancing Saga 2, the remaster of it, or remake of it. Just a fun JRPG. It has really cool mechanics that I've never had in JRPGs before, like permadeath, and an open world kind of feel to it. Most JRPGs are not open world. It's like, you go here, you do this, you go here, you do this. And then Citizen Sleeper, which is a short game. It probably won't last more than 2 or 3 streams. And then Saturday I'll be doing Stellaris, that Payback Origin again. I need to get back to that before I forget what I was doing. But there's other things, like, there's so many things I want to play. I want to play Midnight Suns. I want to play that crappy Star Trek Stellaris game just to do it. It's not a great game, but I can enjoy it for what it is. Star Trek. Ow. I also want to play Final Fantasy I Renaissance. I think I'm going to wait until the new classes come out before I stream it. The new classes are Samurai and Machinist. That sounds really cool. Like, that's gonna be fun. I will 100% use both those classes. And for what 2 classes should I use for fun with them? I'm going to assume Samurai is going to be another, like, bulky melee attacker, which they need. We're kind of lacking in, like, the who can go in the first slot. You don't need a tank, but it's nice to have. Plus, all the other tanky classes, besides the Warrior, aren't nearly as tanky as the Warrior. The Dark Knight can be tanky, but it's because it has lifesteal, which doesn't work on undead. And then the Lancer has some decent bulk to them, but their thing is jumping. And when they're jumping, they're not being hit. So that kind of defeats the purpose of tanking. The Spellblade can actually equip heavy armor and shields, but they also have low natural HP. So that kind of limits how super tanky they can be. I'm guessing Samurai is going to be like a nice kind of in between where it's like pretty bulky, hits fairly hard with melee, which will be fun. And Machinist, I have no idea. What do you give the Machinist in an 8-bit Final Fantasy game? In like there's only so much they can do with adding stuff to the game. They don't want to make it a different game. You have to like work in the confines of it, like Blue Mage. Blue Mage had to work within the world of Final Fantasy 1, which is why it has like no healing moves. because there were no like monster healing moves. There's no White Wind, there's no Mighty Guard. So I wonder what Machinist would do. Besides just shoot things. Like, how do you make the Machinist not just the archer with a gun? That's a tough one. Like, oh, I know, they can have like a little turret thing. Like, that's not in the game. There's like no place to put a familiar unless it's literally a summon that just does something and then leaves. I think Machinist is going to be a tough one. But I'm glad they're doing it. And I always like Samurai.
The work continues.
Like, I wish the Samurai class itself was better in Final Fantasy Tactics. Samurai class itself is kind of like meh, but its ability on a magic-based class is really, really good. Like, Julie's character was a Geomancer with Drawout. That was very good. That was a cool combination.
At last, the world's mind is free to remember a time before the
I've also been told that Black Mage with Samurai's ability is very, very good because it scales off magic. And Samurais don't have great magic. It's one of those situations where, like, the skill set is very, very good, but not so much on its actual class. Like, Calculation. Calculator is a terrible class. But slap that ability on a Black Mage or something, it's...
An apocalypse that only we can oppose.
Oh god, what if that was added to Final Fantasy Renaissance somehow? The Calculator. Oh, don't do that. I think they mentioned they have a list of like 30 classes they want to add. Like basically like every class that's been in Final Fantasy. Like I can definitely see Mime being in there. Onion Knight in some way. Like what's missing? They did mention some classes will not be put in, like for instance, Gun Mage. Gun Mage is essentially a blue mage with a gun. There's already a blue mage, and there's already going to be a gun for the Machinist. So there's no reason to do that. What else is there? I'm trying to think of like classes we haven't seen yet in there. I mean, there's already a lot. You kind of have to look for the weird ones. Like Psychic. I think Psychic is on a long list. That's from 10-2. All right.
The more they have to hold on to, the harder they will fight.
What memories do we have access to? Not only do I really kind of not want to give memories to these two because their quirks are bad. Look what I can do. I can give Damien and Paracelsus and Sarmenti memories. You can actually give other people memories not even on the team if you unlock the slot. So Damien could have damage, move resist, bleed resist, crit, or there it is, HP. But... oh, man. Okay. We actually got good memories. Which sucks because I have bad quirks. Oh well, you know what? I don't care. We can always deal with the quirk later. I can always run through the game a bunch and just keep unlocking quirks. I'm not gonna not do this. 3% crit on Dismas is great. It might not sound like much, but it adds up. And on Baldwin, 10% damage is great. Now what do we have left over? We have HP, we have move resist, we have bleed, and we have stun resist. Stun resist is actually good. In fact, I'm going to put that on Probably Sarmenti. Yeah. Because these two already have stun resist, I think. Yep. So, Sarmenti now gets his final memory, which is stun resist.
When all is lost.
Paracelsus, unfortunately, there's still nothing I really want to give her. I don't know what to give her in the final slot. But Damien will now have HP. I know it makes him do more damage to himself, but he also heals himself more. And it's more HP he could be hit with. I almost gave Baldwin move resist, but no, I can't resist damage. But once again, Paracelsus, I just don't know what to give you. You have stress resistance, favorite toy, stun resist, debuff resist. Like, what else do I give her? I'd argue maybe HP, even though it's only going to give her like 4. It's something. This is still going to be annoying that we have to deal with like people that have back quirks. But there's no way I could like not give him the crit and not give him damage. Honestly, round start, super defensive token 5% is not god awful. I might even lock that in next chance I get, just to have something worth keeping. I still want to give... I still think I want to lock in Sanguine. I know it's weird to get rid of the Jinx for Sanguine, but I just... It hardly ever happens. She dies in like 2 hits. I just don't like it on her. I think Sanguine's better. I don't have to deal with stress as much. And I want to lock in Bloodthirsty on Sarmenti. I know he's a jester, he's not meant for like damage, but this can make him like that. Now, unfortunately, since I chose the other thing, I don't have damage plus on him, which is okay. Yep, need to work on you. So the next time I run this off stream, we won't be coming back to this for a bit. When the DLC comes out, we'll come back to it, which apparently is in a few weeks. So
Once more into the maelstrom.
I might as well set this up on stream.
Hope yet remains.
While I'm remembering what to do. Again, Bloodthirsty might not be the best thing on Jester, but it's funny. it's not terrible.
The seat of your denial, perched precariously in the murky.
And I think I will put Sanguine on Paracelsus over Jinx. It'll get more use.
The university's resources were impressive, and yet, on occasion, we relished in first-hand experience. The crossroads, where lost souls hope to find their way.
I'm going to lock in Sanguine instead of Jinx.
Indiscriminate science.
Which does feel bad, but I'm going to do it anyway, because it's more useful. I just think it's come into effect before, but she hardly ever gets hit, and when she does, it hurts a lot. I try to prevent that. We're going to lock in Bloodthirsty with Jester.
Lingers long after the final
it's not perfect.
has been struck.
There actually is a quirk that gives you like +% melee damage and +% crit. I would like that more because he's all about critting and getting rid of stress that way too. But this is not terrible. I will take this. Plus 5% crit on bosses because they can be low on HP and still survive a couple rounds. Yeah. So we'll lock that in. Was there anything else to lock in? Definitely keeping that. Ew. Definitely keeping that on you. I would not mind switching this over to something else. Because I like to play her like back row support character. But she does have the HP to actually survive a few hits, so. Oh yeah, you have Daredevil. Still not as good. I think, yeah, no, Bloodthirsty's better. I would not mind locking in Amateur Armorsmith. I don't think it's that great, but it's something. He's not even the tank. That would just make him a little bulkier. It's also round start, not combat start. Again, I wish it was better, but it's fine. Lock in Bloodthirsty. I love Defiant on anybody. I would rather have Bloodthirsty. Bloodthirsty is the one thing I will get rid of Defiant for. On her. If Flame is above 75% round start dodge, that's actually not bad. Considering I usually keep the Flame pretty high. So it looks like I only have 2 things to lock in. Oh, I can lock in this too.
Making peace with adversity is the very essence.
And I'm actually going to bring Highwayman because we might get a new quirk added on here, which could be worth locking in. It's going to be expensive though. I have to unlock this, which costs 16, lock this, which costs 32. Again, same thing with this. And then I have to cost 32 for the, we need a lot of money. Luckily, both of theirs are at the top, so there's a good chance they won't be taken away. This one, if she gets 2 more, it'll be gone. Interesting team. Interesting team. With this setup, I'm not going to run Sharpshooter. I'm actually going to run Rogue. Because we don't want either of these two in the second spot, so we don't want to be back here. We're going to run Rogue with Duelist Advance. Point blank shot to go back and forth. We're going to have... We actually don't even need Wicked Slice if we have this. Not really. We're going to run Take Aim for more riposte. We're actually going to run Highway Robbery. I miss not being able to run Highway Robbery. It's really good. When you max it out, you can steal positive tokens, which is great. And Grape Shot. Most of the time I'm going to be using Point Blank Shot, but sometimes this might be better. Yeah, that'll work. I should change the Leper back over to being Defensive Leper for this group to be the tank. I should. But Tempest is so much better. But Poet has so much more HP. I'll run Poet. It just makes all his attacks bleh. We'll do Chop. And then we'll do everything else. Withstand, Reflection, Solemnity, and Intimidate. Technically an attack, but it only does 1 to 2 damage. But it makes him have tokens. And it, well, on this mode it doesn't do the thing. Oh no, here it is. Ruin. When damaged, you do 20% more damage for 3 turns. Since you're a tank getting smacked constantly, this will always be in effect. That'll make his chop do a little more. I think that's okay to do. And these two can stay the same. So we need to lock in all 4 of these, which means I'll be using all my money on that. Let's just do the first fight. Let's get a feel for this team.
This was a beautiful place once.
In fact, I'm gonna do this.
The point of no return welcomes you with open arms. The bulwark of your denial is giving way.
All right, Jester goes first. Oh, actually, having Jester and the Rogue Highwayman is actually pretty cool. Or the Sharpshooter. Although Sharpshooter and him don't get along because it's kind of the same slot. What you can do is you can do Encore. Encore, the Highwayman. You can do Take Aim. This is usually better for Sharpshooter, though, because you take aim for a crit token, and then you can guarantee crit point-blank shot, which is super nice. I think it used to be on Sharpshoot. Point-blank only knocked you back 1 slot instead of 2. Now that it's 2, it makes running Jester and Highwayman a little harder with Sharpshooter, because it's like you want Highwayman to be in slot 3. And they're going to be moving around some, and still, I can set this up. I need to move these back to where they were.
Malaise, measured and steady.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. I actually already forgot. I'm only going to move back once. That makes sense. That's cool, though. You get your riposte up quicker. And you can still use point blank and get Leper back in his position properly. All right, we got 2 ripostes. Then we just do this again. Come back up here. And now we're back up at the front. Ripostes are great. 4, you're dead. Oh yeah, still have Ounce of Prevention on. You know, I don't mind it. For how little I use Magnesium Rain, I kind of like this. I'm blind.
A simple variable, easily resolved.
Nice. Not bad. We lose a lot of damage on Leper because he's in tank mode, but we have Paracelsus's blight damage over time back, which is nice.
Push on to the inn.
Yeah, this will be fun.
Rest and resupply. I await you.
Okay. All right. That'll do it for tonight.